皆様、大変お待たせいたしました。
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me announce this session for small and medium-sized businesses, prospects of Russian-Japanese relations in SMEs. As for our panel discussion, today we have invited important speakers who are going to make presentations, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Takada from Small and Medium Enterprises Support Organization, who will make a keynote. You are welcome, Mr. Takada. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. My name is Takada, and I'm CEO in Organization for Small and Medium Enterprises. Our company is supporting small and medium-sized enterprises in Japan since from the moment the business was opened and until it has passed to the next generation or even closed. At every stage, we provide comprehensive support, including exporting to foreign markets, consulting on management and administration, and many other supporting services. Today we would like to tell you about Japanese SMEs, using the examples of companies that offer products and technologies that are worth special mention. Our enterprise, Japanese enterprise in Japan, a small or medium-sized enterprise is considered to be according to the following criteria. For example, a manufacturing company is called an SME if its capital is below 300 million yen. And the number of employees is within 300 people. SMEs are 99.7% of the total number of Japanese companies. It is hard to overestimate their role in the Japanese economy. Suffice it to say that about 70% of employed people in the country are employed in SMEs. So SMEs play an important role in our economy. It will not be an overstatement to say that the world sees Japan as a country that manufactures high-quality products and uses high technology in automotive industry and more. The basis of this image is the large number of SMEs that have a high level of technology. In Japan, indeed, we have lots of wonderfully technically equipped SMEs that offer wonderful products and services. In Germany, for example, they have term champions, a benchmark company. In Japan, there are also many SMEs that hold leading positions in global market and that can be called by this term. We have a system of assessing such companies in Japan, and every year we award various companies. I would like to provide numerous examples, but since the time is limited, I will just talk about a few SMEs from the number of companies supported by our organization. All of them have a high technological potential and manufacture products with wonderful properties. So I will tell you about 3 companies. First of all, this is Shida Engineering Works. It was founded in 1919 and it manufactures valves. Its products are used in various industries, from manufacturing to nuclear energy. This company is a market leader in Japan and manufactures about 50% of all vacuum safety valves. In Russia, such properties of safety valves that are estimated and gas and oil products are used, and for example Gazprom is using the products of this company. Next, let me introduce OE manufacturing company. It was founded in 1945. It manufactures lumber and lumber drying machines. Since the average working age is high and there is shortage of staff, one of the main goals of Japanese manufacturing is improving efficiency. That is why OE developed new high-speed lumbering system that makes it possible to process lumber twice as quickly as conventional equipment. We are confident that this product is going to be highly demanded in Russia, where lumbering industry is well developed. There are Russian sales representatives in the company, and it has prepared a Russian website. The company is actively looking for business partners in Russia. Taiyo manufacturing company was founded in Hokkaido, and it manufactures equipment for processing marine products. The company used to manufacture steam dryers, but then it expanded its area of expertise, answering customers' needs. The company developed separators and dryers to improve the efficiency of loosening fish eggs and raw. The share of this equipment in the Japanese market is about 90%. It is widely used in Russian fish processing companies. All the companies I have listed were founded over 50 years ago. They have a long history during which they adjusted to various business conditions, fine-tuning their technological potential. These companies not only employ cutting-edge technologies, they are also sustainable organizations that can find opportunities for continuing the business in changing conditions, which is a necessary condition for the company's longevity. And that's what I wanted to draw your attention to. Later during the open discussion, besides those listed above, a few more cutting-edge Japanese companies will speak today that are interested in the Russian market. By the way, as you all know, Japan hosts the largest number of exhibitions and business negotiations that can become a platform for getting acquainted with leading Japanese SMEs like the ones I have just described. Our organization also hosts large annual exhibitions and venues for business negotiations called New Value Creation Exhibition. This year it takes place in November. This exhibition is going to present many promising SMEs, and I hope this event is going to be interesting for you, and you will use this opportunity of meeting representatives of Japanese companies. Lately, due to reducing population, the domestic market is shrinking, so Japanese government is actively supporting SMEs that have high quality products and supports them in opening their businesses abroad. 5 years ago, SMEs that were interested in entering the foreign market were only 30–40% of the total number, but this year the share of such SMEs is 70%. Finally, I would like to invite all of you to visit Japanese SMEs stand presented here at INNOPROM, and I would like to express the hope that thanks to such venues we will be able to continue developing the relations. Thank you very much for your attention.
田中理事長、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Mr. Takada. And I now give the floor to Deputy Director General of the Agency of Technological Development, Mr. Abramov. You are welcome. Good morning, dear colleagues. I represent Agency of Technological Development of the Russian Federation. Today is a special day. A year ago, on the 11th of July 2016, we were registered by the Ministry of Justice of the Russian Federation. We are a government body created specifically to modernize Russian industry. Could you please show the video now?
Right now, the agency will select the best Russian and foreign solution for you. Have your expenses reached the critical level? You have a solution, optimization. The agency will analyze your production process and propose the best strategy. Consumers want to buy high-quality modern goods at a reasonable price. Do you have any doubts? The agency will help you understand the demand within the framework of a technological modernization project. If your business is running smoothly like clockwork, it is time to consider production scaling. The agency will select the appropriate platform and find partners. Do you have a hard time finding advantageous financing for technical modernization of your company? The agency offers a service package to implement legal formalization of your investment project and attract funding. Do you own a unique technology and want to promote it on the market? The agency will develop a tailored plan of marketing actions. If you need to modernize or optimize your production, broaden its scale or increase sales, find financing options or promote technology, welcome to the Agency of Technological Development.
Пожалуйста, презентацию.
Now the slides, please. Next slide. So the agency was created to modernize the Russian industry. So our customers are the existing Russian industrial companies. We are not dealing with ventures. We are not dealing with projects at the stage of ideas. Our customers are Russian companies that are planning their own manufacturing modernization. So our client is the Russian industry per se. And over 40 million people are now working in this area. Here you can see a brief representation of our agency's product portfolio. I'm not going to dwell on that in too much detail. Next slide, please. We are supposed to see the demand of the Russian companies on the one hand and abilities of our partners on the other hand, and integrate this for business, create the consortium if required, and provide these companies with support for modernization, because usually one company's efforts are not enough to do the technological upgrade. Besides, we are now filling our marketplace, and we are going to use this platform online and offline for this integration. So we invite all stakeholders and technology owners to post their technologies on this platform. It's absolutely free. And on the other hand, since, as I have already said, we are a governmental created organization, we are now maintaining a register of Russian companies that are also integrated in this platform. So this is a classical marketplace where on the one hand technology owners and on the other hand companies in need of such technologies can meet without our direct involvement, but usually at the first stage we are involved. It is required. Our high priority industries are heavy machine building, consumer goods, IT, biotechnologies and agriculture. Next slide, please. how our supermarket operates. We invite any technology owner whose intellectual property is registered properly and has at least 2 examples of industrial implementation, so that's not test stage or R&D stage. So we sign a declaration that intellectual property rights are not violated, and within a week this technology will be put in our database and it will be visible for everyone registered at our portal. What the technology owners get a full comprehensive service of promoting their technology both actively and passively. On the one hand, when we are working with the company within projects and when we see their needs and we know what our partners offer, we can offer this to our customers. This is active promotion, and passive promotion is simply posting information on the database where companies can find it on their own. Here are some examples of Russian companies' requests for the technological needs. You can see our industrial partners here. Over this year, our agency has done a lot. We now have 68 ongoing projects with almost 4 billion euros of total investment. And in the nearest future, this project portfolio is going to reach about 100. This is all I wanted to say. I will be happy to answer any questions within the discussion or after our event. Thank you very much for the organizers. And now we move to Thank you very much. So I would like to start the panel discussion. And first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Mr. Tanaka, and I represent CHETRO. I'm very happy to see all of you. And during our Q&A session, I'm going to talk with you a lot as a moderator. So we have invited 3 panelists from Russia and 3 panelists from Japan, 6 people in total, and I would like to introduce them now. First of all, after was Renault Nissan, Mr. Makino, General Manager. Then we have Mr. Grof from Penetron, Russia. And then we have Mr. Nakata, CEO of Nakata Manufacturing. Chairman of the Sverdlovsk Regional Branch of Opora, Russia, Mr. Ilya Tishenko. Fujikiko, Mr. Shibasaki, the President. And Mr. Bansekin. So we have 6 panelists. This session is aimed at discussing one of the 8 paragraphs. This plan was approved by the heads of our countries, and the topic that is about developing the relations between SMEs and developing this technological exchange. I would like to ask our representatives of Russian and Japanese companies as well as organizations to talk about the experience of working in the Russian market and the outlook for the future and how these tasks and challenges they are facing can be met. I would like to ask the panelists their opinions in detail. Also, regarding Japanese-Russian partnership in general between SMEs, I would like each representative to tell us a little bit about their company. Each of them will have about 5 minutes for a short presentation, and after that they can answer questions. First of all, I give the floor to Mr. Makin from Fujikiko. Good morning. My name is Mr. Shibasaki, and I am president of Fujikiko company. Fujikiko was founded in 1973. We manufacture different dies, hydraulic presses, and fixtures. We develop and manufacture them. In Japan, we have about 10,000 returning customers. Our products feature over 300 different kinds of dies, fixtures, and so on. That's the basis of Japanese monozukuri approach, and this is aligned with very strict customers' requirements. For example, structures like panels for house roofs or shells for ships, for different electrical appliances, shaped parts. All of these are manufactured with our dies. And these dies feature a unique approach. They meet the safety, efficient, and customer-oriented requirements. Next slide, please. Today, in the monozukuri market, or the market of factory manufacturing, we mostly see big machines, and there is a high demand for machines like cutting machines, punching machines, and so on. But SMEs do not need such big machines and cannot cope with such big financial investment. They cannot afford it. So small and medium-sized enterprises need flexible and diverse equipment to manufacture various products. So the dies that we manufacture, and these are exactly the products that can meet such demand. We call this idea stamp or idea die, and they make it possible to manufacture shaped products of different configuration, like different corners, different small parts, rods, and so on, of various configuration. In Vietnam and South Korea and other countries, other Southern Asian countries, we deliver a lot of products to them. This is the so-called rotor press with rotating table. This press makes it possible to install up to 12 various dies, and you don't need to replace these dies. They are replaced depending on the rotation angle of this table. So unlike traditional individual dies and presses, this rotating table makes it possible to reduce changeover time. We call it the idea die. And it can do different operations. It can punch, it can bend thick plates as well. Many diverse operations can be performed by this machine. We are receiving feedback from Japanese customers, and they select the modification that they need. So we are trying to use an individual case-by-case approach to every customer. Our product is the global leader, and our developments are highly estimated as unique and innovative developments. However, compared to Japanese, this globally, the dyes are not so popular and people don't understand their capabilities, while in Japan companies can no longer do without them. So to solve various problems at the point of manufacturing, fixtures and dyes can solve lots of these manufacturing problems. And these dyes and fixtures, we hope that Russian companies will also be able to use our dyes, and we can deliver to them. At this INNOPROM exhibition, it is our first time at INNOPROM, and we hope that this will be a stimulus to make our products more recognizable in the Russian Federation, make people more aware of them. Today, a standard INNOPROM operates. So we have a stand here, so if you have the time and the wish, we will be happy to tell you about our products. You had print out materials in your seats that the printout slides of that has just been demonstrated. So you can look at the handouts, and I now give floor to Mr. Nakata. It's nice to meet you. My name is Mr. Nakata, and let me tell you briefly about our company. Nakata Manufacturing was created in 1908, and the history of our company is now going on for over 100 years. I am the president in the 5th generation, and we have a total of 62 employees, and our headquarters are in Osaka. Initially, our company was mostly dealing with Japan Railways projects, and then we moved on to other products. Currently, so what is our main activity, the core activity of our company? We manufacture pipes and equipment for forming pipes. These pipes have a variety of applications. These are different sized pumps from 20 centimeters to large diameter pipes. And we supply pipes to automotive companies, to oil and gas industry. For many Russian colleagues, it will probably be understandable, and you will understand easily that we mean pipes for oil and gas. So we have numerous customers all over the world, and lately the oil and gas industry, most of our partners are in Russia and China. Our projects include a system for flexible pipe formation and a system for transporting these pipes. The most representative product of ours is the flexible formation mill that we call FFX mill. So our company also started manufacturing pipes, but we cannot call ourselves pioneers in this industry. So we decided that we needed to develop a new technology, and we realized that to bend a steel sheet and shape it, this is a difficult process. So we decided that we need to develop a new method. we started using the finite elements method. We started creating a program with a theoretical basis, using this finite element method as a scientific basis, and we used this FEM simulation, which helps us understand at which point we need to provide special impact. So using this simulation, we can adequately identify where to work more. In this slide, you can see the forming process. This roll technology, depending on the size you need. Traditionally, the operator would need to replace rolls, but using our technology, we can manufacture and shape different pipes in a single mill. Using computer control, we can use the same roll to process different sized pipes. Traditionally, rolls had to be replaced by the operators, but in this case this is not required, and according to the simulation we can very clearly understand the positioning of the rolls. And since we can adjust this positioning, we can save this data and then use it again, use this information again, regardless of the presence of a specific operator. I would also like to note that we have a very specific technology for bending steel sheets, and it is possible to manufacture a very high quality pipe with very accurate dimensions, and all Japanese customers that use our pipes, our products, value this highly, because such pipes are very durable and very convenient for further processing and application. Therefore, our FFX mill is used in over 80 countries and companies all over the world. This technology was awarded the Okochi Memorial Grand Production Prize. Our company was the first Japanese companies among SMEs to receive this award. Today, I mostly focused on the FFX mill technology. But beside this mill, we have a number of other technologies. And finally, I would like to say that even though our company cannot be called a big one, we only have 60 something employees, but we are developing continuously, and we are always developing new technologies. And thus, we try to contribute to developing this technology to create the great future. Thank you for your attention. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Makino, and I represent Avtovaz Renault. 4 years ago, I was sent to Russia, and we are involved in localizing and in Kaizen events, continuous improvement events. It is my pleasure to be here with you today, and I would like to raise a few issues regarding how we work. And I would like to ask the government and the administration to achieve a good understanding of our contribution, and if this is going to result in some kind of cooperation or support from the Russian government representatives, it's going to be a huge pleasure for us. I would like to present a few materials to you, a few slides about our market. So we manufacture 1 million cars at 4 manufacturing facilities. This is the feature of the Russian market. Constant ups and downs. Now we are in the slow recovery mode, and slow is significant because we need to make sure that it's going to be a recovery. Data can be interpreted in a different way. So in this slide, I would like to talk about what localization is possible in the Russian Federation. Today we have numerous materials and technologies that cannot be localized in the Russian Federation at this moment. Numerous automotive manufacturers operate in Russia, but unfortunately localization is currently impossible at the large scale. For example, only some large parts forming sheets or seats, that's possible. But if we are talking about complex parts like electronics or drive systems, this kind of equipment requires foreign parts. That is why Tier 1 suppliers are a big problem. So we need to split technological capabilities in Russia into only emerging technologies that can be immediately organized at a high level from the very beginning, but the sectors that were created in the Soviet Union and currently require modernization, unfortunately, such companies are still behind and they don't comply. For example, manufacturing engines or different different small parts for cars, interior design, and so on. As for materials, both metal and aluminum, the market supply is big, but as for more complicated materials like stainless steel for cars, this is still a challenge. And I believe that regarding localization, we need to identify 4 major approaches. The first thing is we need to aggressively and actively build our development plans and create very close relationship with the customer. In other words, the customer from SME's point of view are Tier 1 suppliers or large automotive companies. Then, of course, we need to reduce the cost. So whether you can get payback to your investment, how you can improve the manufacturing efficiency and productivity. Of course, for Russian companies, probably they don't yet have enough time and enough money. So I think we need to think about a very close cooperation with foreign manufacturers, interacting with them, or, for example, finding new markets, like exporting to third countries. If the local market is not sufficient, that's another option of business development. And as I have already said, how we can get payback on our investment. That, of course, is dependent on production efficiency, and Kaizen events are a way of solving this problem. At AvtoVAZ, Renault, and Nissan, we are currently doing a full-scale implementation of this system, and Kaizen events, how they can improve productivity at the company's level, and they can also be philosophy, for example, the Toyota way, the Nissan way, and other systems by other manufacturers. That's something that's born in a unique company, and you can learn that in Japan we have a few training programs that can be used. For example, this is a standardization, standard operations. That's the foundation of this system. For example, engines for cars. In the premium class segment, 100 different motors are used in a car, and almost all these motors are imported to Russia. So tell me, please, do you think these motors are manufactured specifically for Nissan or another model? No. A company cannot successfully develop if they only sell to one automotive manufacturer. So it's very important to have standardized motors. And this means localization using this network of customers. That's very important. This is a very important idea. And in this slide, we can show how to have a theoretical view of forming competitiveness. Russia theoretically has the highest competitiveness in the automotive industry in the world, because in Russia you have almost everything that can be necessary for car manufacturing. As for the costs, if it is combined with high productivity, we believe that internal Russian market and foreign market together can provide good financial yield. And in this slide you can see a slightly different approach. Unfortunately, in Russia, if we are talking about press manufacturing, this is the weak link. For automotive industry, it is very important to have good presses and this stamping industry, but only 3 of the Russian companies from all the companies we have reviewed could be considered as capable tooling suppliers. The rest are at a very low level still, and maybe the company presented by Mr. Takada today, maybe we can use their products to solve these tasks in a more efficient manner. So to increase the financial turnover and to see how efficiently we can manufacture the product, that's the key. For this, the key success factor is interacting with the foreign partner, and of course the support of the administration and the local authorities. I think that without that, a successful interaction and successful manufacturing activity will be hard to achieve. And the concept of automotive manufacturing itself, that is Tier 1 suppliers, Tier 2 and Tier 3 suppliers, of course, needs to be created from scratch at the national level in the Russian Federation. So we hope that new approaches are going to be born in Russia regarding this issue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Makino. And I now give the floor to a Russian speaker, Mr. Bansekin, member of the board of RSMB Corporation.
Добрый день. Мне хотелось
Good morning. I would like to thank JETRO colleagues from the very beginning for their kind invitation to participate in this event. It is a very good opportunity for us to present our work and think together how we can help each other. The Federal Corporation for Supporting Small and Medium-Sized Businesses has been created quite recently, about a year and a half ago, since we were created. And from the very beginning, we needed to solve a key task. Where is this element of the chain that you can pull to achieve the result? And then we could start working. It was easiest to follow the way established by the Ministry of Economy, distribute subsidies, and those who receive subsidies will be happy, but the subsidies given by the government are not big, maybe a few billion, and the Ministry of Finance is going to reduce this amount. I don't think that's the right way for us to move ahead. So we chose a different way, and I will ask my colleague who is dealing with this issue to show you the slide on purchasing. We decided that Russian small and medium-sized enterprises must be given a chance to make money. And for that, we basically needed to create a new market that was dormant at the time. That was the purchasing market by large companies with government participation, Rosatom, Rosneft, and about 40 more giants like that that were able to pull this chain. So we put some effort into it, and a bill was passed that said that these industry giants had to purchase from 10 to 40% of their products inside the country. There was an authority created to control this compliance. But fortunately, it all was better than we had imagined. At first, indeed, there were no volunteers, but gradually we were able to persuade the corporations that it's actually profitable to purchase from the small business. And when they have realized that, it turned out that we didn't need that controlling body that was supposed to supervise how this law is followed and stop companies' implementation plans and so on, and use other strict measures. It actually turned out that by the end of 2016, large businesses with government shares were purchasing on average 23% of their products from SMEs. So over a year and a half, from about 70 billion, that was the amount of money spent on purchasing from small companies. This increased to 1.5 trillion rubles. Well, that's a big market. That's over $20 billion. And you could tell that's all very well, but that's just theory. In fact, there are no small enterprises. These are just makeshift companies. Well, it's kind of difficult to create so many dummy companies. So that's not true. This year, in 2017, we set ourselves the task of improving the quality of this purchasing and checking whether these SMEs meet these requirements. And it turns out that based on the results of the purchasing, small and medium-sized enterprises work much more efficiently than the large ones. They dramatically reduce the initial contract amount by 17%, and the number of those who that look suspicious, like dummy companies, straw companies. These are not numerous. We understand that we need to check better, but we move on. And I hope that by the end of this year, the number of orders and things purchased by big companies from small companies, this amount is going to increase further. It's supposed to increase by over 1.6 billion rubles. So I really hope that, in fact, this number is even greater. So having tried this out with government companies and seeing that the demand was good, we thought, well, maybe I'm running ahead, but foreign companies represented at the Russian market also need this support. During the process of working with large government-owned companies, some mechanisms were created that made this task easier. For example, we created the register of small and medium-sized companies that didn't exist earlier. This register not only specifies who and where and what the profit is and how many employees this company has. We also gave everyone an opportunity to describe their product there, to have this bilateral communication. So this register, what we have created, those winners of competitions, of bids for large government companies, these are the mechanisms that we are currently employing to interact with foreign companies. And the most successful thing is what we are doing with German companies. It's currently almost like an assembly line, very efficient, but from creating these links between Russian SMEs to big Russian companies, we have tried out this mechanism, and we believe that this can be successfully used for working with Japanese companies and companies from any other country working in the Russian Federation. While we were doing it, we reached another conclusion. All foreign companies registered in Russia are Russian companies for us. And for them, accordingly, they also have this opportunity of participating in the chains we have already created, from SMEs to large government-owned corporations that represent a huge market. So I invite our Japanese colleagues who are present here to get actively involved in that with our help, and we are always ready to provide maximum help in that respect. What kind of help? That's what I started talking about. First of all, there's the information we are providing. This is the opportunity of using our register, using the information about winners of tenders. That's something. Then I will also show you the slide about funding. So for us, this is an opportunity of giving loans and guarantees for those champions, for winners of competitions. And that's what frequently happens. A good company with good technology is lacking the finance to expand their production or manufacture a new kind of product. For these companies, we have a product that we call 6.5%. This is the percentage, the interest rate used by the Central Bank of Russia to give loans to our biggest market, and that's much lower interest rate than the average on the market. And then these banks add their interest rate on top of that. So for SMEs, it is possible to get a loan from our largest banks or largest regional banks using the interest rate of below 10%, which is significantly lower than the market average and makes it possible to develop your production quite quickly and participate in implementing these projects and participating in the bids. I can also tell you that we are developing one more dimension for them that's called leasing. We are beginning to create in different Russian regions leasing offices together with regional authorities, and our corporation is providing most of the funding, and the region provides a smaller share of funding. It makes it possible for SMEs when they need to deal with these bids and supply to largest Russian and foreign companies. It means that SMEs don't have to purchase the required equipment or take loans for that purpose, but just lease this equipment. Tatarstan hosts this first office like that. It was created in June, so we are going to roll this out across the country in the regions that are ready to provide guarantees in this case. Another tool we're using, and please show us the business navigator slide. Another tool we are using a lot now is the system that we called Business Navigator. That is a navigator, and it is primarily aimed at developing small entrepreneurship in mass-scale industries, all those fitness centers, retail stores, everything that's providing services for our population. This system is currently aimed at cities with over 100,000 citizens, but then maybe we will include smaller towns with regional help. This makes it possible to open your own business at any of these centers all across Russia in different regions, in cities with over 100,000 people of population. So you can understand what needs to be created here. You can see in what part of the country or the city you need to do it, what business plan you need. These business plans are already approved by the banks and the banks accept it. You can look at the competitive environment, who else is involved in this kind of business, whether it even makes sense to get involved in it. And I recommend to our Japanese partners, we have already presented this business navigator to JETRO once. It gives you an opportunity to see the market for selling your products, all the potential customers that will buy, well, not industrial machinery yet, but at least consumer goods. And if some of the Japanese colleagues decide to open a Japanese restaurant, for example, it's very convenient to use this tool for that. To make this business navigator even more convenient, we included additional services and features, and it's going to be interested for everyone present here. If you go on this website, you can see all the information that our corporation possesses. You can go to the registry to look at all those SMEs in Russia, what they are doing. You can check your partner based on the agreement we signed with TAS in 7 items, including the number of court cases or bankruptcy cases or serious claims to this business. You can look this all up, and if you want to go further, you will have to pay for additional information. But the items I have just listed are free for all of our partners. This is open information. And by the way, in the same place, in this business navigator, one of its features is looking at all the bids. Sorry, your time is running out. So this is a unique tool, and I'm inviting everyone to use it. It is free for everyone. So here I will finish, and I ask everyone who is present here, both from Russia and Japan, all entrepreneurs are welcome to cooperate. We will be happy to help. And as an example, I can say that with our help, we are running a contract, a trade with Hisutsu and Hitachi at INNOPROM. Thank you for your attention. Very good. And I now give the floor to Mr. Tishenko, who represents Opora of Russia, the Sverdlovsk Oblast. Good morning. My name is Ilya Tishenko, and I represent the All Russian Organization of SMEs, Opora of Russia. First of all, I would like to thank JETRO for inviting me to this event. We are similar. Our organizations are similar in nature, and I hope that starting from this event, our cooperation is going to be closer and it's going to continue. Opora of Russia is a company uniting entrepreneurs, and we are the largest association of Russian entrepreneurs. We were created on the September 18th, 2000, and this year we are going to be 15 years old. The goal of our organization is creating a favorable conditions for businesses in Russia, improving the role of Russian SMEs in Russian and global economy, developing Russian entrepreneurship, including the culture of entrepreneurship. And the objectives of our organization is developing and public expert evaluation of projects and bills, dealing with entrepreneurship and the economy. We also provide legal support and protect entrepreneurs' rights. We contribute and to and support research and analytics. We are also actively participating in developing and implementing economic reforms in our country. We also contribute to improving the social stability and welfare of Russian citizens by involving the population in entrepreneurial activities. Our public organization, over 14 years of successful work, includes over 450,000 entrepreneurs, over 100 industrial associations. It has 85 regional offices, over 400 local offices in Russian cities. And at this event, we have Mr. Igor Chernogolov, who is also a member of our public organization. We also have representative offices abroad, including Japan. We have a representative office in 3 cities: Tokyo, Fukuoka, and Sapporo. Our public organization yes, we have talked about representative offices, so I would like to say that we had the following experience of working with Japanese companies. It was 15 years ago, and my first business, we were distributing leading Japanese companies in the photo industry. So Canon, Nikon, Olympus, Konica, Fuji, and other leading companies, we sold their products in the Russian Federation. And in the Sverdlovsk Oblast, the leader in sales of Konica film. You can probably remember 15 years ago we used to have cameras where we had to use film, and we were the leaders of selling this film in the Sverdlovsk region. And twice Konica invited us to Japan because we were the leaders in sales. So if any of the Japanese colleagues need to sell something in Russia, you can ask us, and we will be happy to help you. And we will sell your product and present it. And now, thank you for your attention. I will finish. Thank you. And the last speaker is going to be Mr. Chernogolov from Penetron, Russia. My name is Igor Chernogolov from Penetron Group, Russia. As Ilya Tishenko has very well said, he has many links with Japan, and I wanted to say the same thing. Firstly, I visited your country several times, and I was practicing judo for several years. I know a couple of Japanese words. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have a blue belt in judo, so I've always liked Japan. My first foreign car was from Japan, Toyota 4Runner. So, going back to our business, my company is 26 years old. This year, in 1991, we opened it. We started from scratch completely, and we selected the the area of waterproofing cement buildings. Concrete buildings. We have several plants now. This is our Yekaterinburg facility. We manufacture dry mixtures for concrete waterproofing of existing buildings and newly erected constructions as a mixture to the dry concrete mix. We have plants in Belarus and Kazakhstan, and we are planning to open 5 more facilities in the Ukraine, Moscow, Chelyabinsk, Kazan, and Khabarovsk. We have about 300 people, and we are increasing the turnover by 2.5 times annually. In this slide, you can see the materials that we manufacture. These are the materials for waterproofing, for cracks, joints. This is penny plug, can quickly stop any leak. It can restore concrete. We also have a facility in Germany, and we bring products from Germany in here to inject bricks or concrete that's very in very poor condition. We are currently selling to 25 countries globally. So let's make a step back. Next slide, please. So regarding the facilities where we are using our products, you can say it's used in private underground parking lots and so on, but there are lots of industrial applications like water power plants, drivers of water cooling towers, sports facilities, all sorts of buildings that use a lot of concrete, and it needs to be protected from water. Penetron was actually invented to protect sea dams. As we all know, sea water is the most aggressive environment, and Penetron treated concrete can stand this sea water. And I know that American colleagues did a lot of construction with Penetron as well. where it is applied. As I have already said, it can be applied for joint and for large-scale waterproofing. Penetron is different because it uses capillaries to penetrate the concrete, and then it becomes a constituent part of concrete, so water never gets inside. It works as long as the structure is standing. Besides waterproofing and protecting from aggressive factor, this also adds 100 more years to the structure's longevity. Of course, when I visited Japan, and Japan is very seismically aware, they use grade 1000 concrete. In Russia, at nuclear power plants, the maximum grade used is grade 500, while in Japan, grade 500 is only for very thin partition walls. But still, protecting concrete from leaks and from water is needed, and our materials are used there very well. Here you can see numerous certificates, both from Russia and abroad, including ISO 9001 and CAE European certificate. You can say that we use Kaizen technology. That's Japanese daily improvement approach to improve quality. So today, thanks to Russian Export Center and SME Support Corporation, we are also beginning to work with government-owned companies and foreign companies. We are now selling to Germany and England. We are working there too. To some countries we deliver. We deliver to China through Kazakhstan, and in Japan, of course, our partners are selling. We are actively trying to go to Iran market and all CIS countries. So that's 25 countries all over the world at the moment. Yes, this is the the process regulation. We are developing new materials almost every day, and in this map of the world, you can now see our offices, almost 280 distribution channels in different cities and countries. Thank you for your attention. Arigato. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are rapidly running out of time. We still have a few important issues that we would like to explain. And now I would like to ask you to look at the materials we have provided for you. You can see it on your chairs. This is a survey done by JETRO regarding the Japanese company's opinion on the condition of business environment in Russia. So I wanted to take some time and make this small presentation about it. But since we have no time, I just wanted to ask Japanese companies, especially those working in Russia, especially after us Nissan, Renault, about what they think about working in Russia. Mr. Nakato, you are welcome. The business, of course, you need to solve different problems when you are doing business in Russia. The exchange rate volatility and the fuel costs and oil prices, all these are very volatile measurements, and it all influences the business. Then there is the language barrier. Of course, we mostly communicate in English because Japanese and Russian are quite a difficult language pair to translate to and from. So when we are speaking English, everyday English is not a problem, but as for technical communication, we seem to speak English, but different words can be understood in different ways. So sometimes technical experts are facing difficulties when they are trying to reach an understanding. The only way out is continuing to communicate and find shared understanding within this process. And for that, we need to have constant interest, and you need to strive to new technologies, to communication. So communication is a very important factor for the business. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Shibasaki, your opinion, please. It is my first time in Russia, and for me, Russia has always been a little frightening. I didn't know about Russia, so when I came here, I saw that people are very friendly and the country is very beautiful, so I changed my opinion completely. So, as Mr. Bantekin has said today about the conditions created in Russia, so it put me at my ease, and I think it's a very positive information. And Mr. Makino-san has also shared an optimistic opinion. So I think that it's actually possible to assess this in a positive way. As for the language barrier, yes, there are some issues to be solved, but I wanted to learn Russian to solve it. Thank you very much. If there are any comments from Russian representatives, you are welcome. Mr. Bantekin, what do you think? I think that we have a very good prospects for the development. Of course, it's always difficult to start working together to create this link, but as soon as we find the niches where we can roll out, then we are going to move forward pretty fast. And by the way, here in the automotive industry, we have very high hopes. We thought that they know everything here better than we do, but if there are any areas that need to be further improved, we are prepared to help automotive industry specifically, just as all the other ones. The fact that we didn't go to the automotive sector just shows that it's a mission on our side. Thank you. The automotive industry has just spoken, so what will Mr. Makino say? Thank you very much. As I have said in my presentation, automotive industry is a highly promising industry in Russia. It's very competitive, so it's also export-oriented because Russia has raw materials, and that's a big advantage. That's a completely different world compared to Japanese automotive. After us, Renault Nissan's example, we would really like to become a leader in automotive industry, and we would like to increase the competitiveness of our company. But we need to note that in general, the supply chains as a whole, we need to improve the quality in the supply chain as a whole. Even a single bolt influences the quality of the final product. So all workers need to get this spirit of striving to become a global leader. And I think that Kaizen is going to spread in Russia. That's also a great spirit. And we need to show the goals and objectives as a goal, as a target to work towards, and people need to know that the products they make are going to be exported to the global market, so that every worker could tell you about the advantages of our product and the goals and objectives of spreading it. Thank you very much. I would like to ask, or rather, give the audience an opportunity to ask questions. Maybe those who are present would like to ask questions. You are welcome. Please introduce yourself and your organization.
Which language? English?
I live in Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk. My name is Tahara. My question concerns joint entrepreneurship. Currently, I'm working towards entrepreneurship in ICT. There are startups. Over 3 years, our company has been working actively in this area. We are looking for partners and we are working hard in this area. I'd like to know, today at this session, Mr. McCain of Nissan Resource Ottawa's, he described interesting things. It was very interesting to me because actually my background is engineering. In the past, I participated in joint projects. I would like to thank Mr. McCain, and I'd like to know information about the possibility of setting up joint ventures for small and medium enterprises from many panelists. Thank you for your question. I think at the level of small and medium enterprises, it would be very difficult to start up from scratch in Russia. That is why it is important to find partners. And the most important thing is to reach agreements with a partner. Find out what we are aiming at, where there could be concessions, where not. I think mutual understanding between our peoples is very good, so there are good prospects here. And my last question. Математическое моделирование, которое поможет новым предприятникам.
We want to open a research lab in Urals region that will involve research in GPU computing and its applications for industrial and technological. And one of the parts of this big project is creating a research lab where new startups could use virtual modeling technologies to describe their future businesses. So if our guest would like to discuss it further, we would be very grateful. Thank you very much.
どうもありがとうございます。コメントということでありがとうございます。そろそろもう時間でございますので。
Unfortunately, our time is up. I would like to spend more time on discussing each issue in detail, and it would be good to have a discussion. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to dwell in detail on these issues. Nevertheless, small and medium enterprises are very important in value chain, and if there are any challenges and problems, then there are opportunities for resolving them without limiting oneself to one country or one citizenship. It doesn't mean the market is becoming global, and Russia was a far country for us. We knew very little about it, and I think small and medium enterprises in Japan will be looking with interest at the Russian market and at Russian partners. Thank you for all panelists and for all participants. Thank all participants. Mr. Pantanaga, thank you. This is where our panel session is announced closed. Thank you, all participants. Please give yourself a round of applause. And I'd like to make an announcement concerning the materials of our today's presentations. This sheet of paper has an internet link from which you can download all the materials of today's session. Thank you. Colleagues, we are about to begin. All speakers, all the panelists are seated. Unfortunately, because of the previous session, we're having a delay. We're getting it to be a bit late. But anyway, I hope we won't be too late by about perhaps 10 minutes so that the next session is in time. Okay, we are ready. Let us start. Colleagues, my name is Vitaly Nedelsky. I'm head of the Russian Association of Robotics. And we are holding traditionally a number of activities at INNOPROM devoted to the market of robots. And today we are, and this time we are having two events. One is associated with the international agenda, and the next one is going to be devoted to flexible robotic cells. We have a unique set of panelists today. These are people who see comprehensively the world market of robotics, and at the same time, each of them heads a robotic company. So this is not just a theoretical view. They are practical people. I should say that the Russian market of robotics is young. Perhaps we started a bit late. Perhaps there are a number of factors, the barriers that impede the penetration of automation and robots in our traditional sectors. Today we would like to speak about this. It is important to understand what is happening around the world, what the trends are, and where the international manufacturing industry heading for by sector, and where we can catch up, whether we lag behind. Can I introduce the panelists, our esteemed guests, and then we'll go over to the discussion. On behalf of the Russian government of the Russian Federation, we have Mikhail Ivanov, Director of the Department of Machine Tool Building and Investment Machine Engineering. He is supervising, on behalf of the Ministry of the Trade and Industry, the sector of robotics. Also, we have President of the International President International Federation of Robotics, John Gemma. Also, Bruno Schneckenburg, Vice President, IFR Robot Suppliers Group and Managing Director of Yasukawa Europe. We have a Chinese colleague with us who represent the Chinese Association of Robotics. Last year we signed an agreement of partnership with them. The Chinese market is developing dynamically. Mr. Yu Chen-hao. And what is also interesting, the South Korean market of robotics is developing. There are strong companies there. We'll see them soon on the Russian market, as well as Chinese companies. The Chinese Association of the Robotics, Santokian, the IBB concern is represented by Martin Sandgren, and the Institute of Automation, Stuttgart University, Alexander Fern. Let us start. At the beginning, I would like to give the floor for greetings to Mikhail Ivanov on the Russian side, and a few words will be delivered by Mr. Gemma. You're welcome, Mikhail. Thank you very much. Good morning or good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be present in a circle of professionals, highly competent people who today present all directions associated with the development of robotics in the world. Of course, the issues of automation and robotics are in the focus of our attention. This theme is on the agenda of this INNOPROM, and it will be on the agenda next year. Yesterday, we held a panel session of this INNOPROM, which was also devoted to digitalization of the economy, automation and robotics. Mr. Gemma took part in it, and I think the discussion was very interesting. It revolved around such aspects of robotics as release of workforce, what operations the robots should replace, what will happen with global companies in the future, how they are going to face challenges. My personal opinion is that robotics, automation, digitalization are unlikely to lead to considerable reductions in jobs. Mostly the profile of jobs will change. I'll give you a brief example from a parallel world, so to say. In the 1990s, when we were going through a boom of development and implementation of ATMs in the United States, various specialists predicted that it would lead to a considerable reduction in staff at banks, that is, bank tellers who are doing simple operations, banking operations. Today we use ATMs for these operations, and developments have shown that with the development of ATMs, the number of banking staff has increased by 30,000 people. Today it is difficult to give an equivocal prediction what we should expect from the development of robotics. I think this is an evolutionary way. It is unlikely we're going to have any shifts to this or that side. Of course, digitalization is on the agenda not only of the Russian Federation, it is on the agenda internationally, one of the main issues. And G20 has discussed it for 2 years on end. We are taking part in these discussions actively. Currently, leading countries have their strategic documents describing activities associated with digitalization, and Industry 4.0 in Germany, the Industry of the Future in France, the stage of development of robotics in Japan. Yesterday at one of the sessions, there was a Japanese presentation of a concept called Society 5.0. This is the next level of development of these ideas. In Russia, as you know, there is a national technological initiative which, to a great extent, coincides with what is happening around the world. And as a country, we are focusing our activities of support to the projects that we are including into this program. Today, measures of support from the government are comprehensive, from idea and from putting a new product on the market, from R&D, modernization, construction of new facilities. We're also helping put new products on the market. As concerns robotics and manufacturing, we are supporting it through the Fund of Support for the Manufacturing Industry. There are other initiatives within the Russian Federation. We are prepared for an open dialogue, and we're hoping that this platform, this forum, and this expo will contribute to a fruitful exchange of opinions. It will help us adjust our course of actions and companies, and to help understand what the government may offer and how international companies are living in the context of digital technologies. So I wish every success to everyone. Let's work. Joe, you're welcome. You're welcome, remarks. You're welcome.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Minister, certainly these distinguished panelists, and thank you to our host for inviting us here. I'm very pleased, as the President of the International Federation of Robotics, to welcome you today to the first joint event of the International Federation of Robotics and the Russian Association of Robotics, the IFR RIA CEO Roundtable. I would like to thank the RAR for the great hospitality and the organization of this event. We have begun a relationship that we expect to grow through cooperation and information sharing. This is the most exciting time in the global robotics and automation industry's history. It began over 55 years ago, and we have seen double-digit growth over the last few years and expect that to continue through 2017 and into 2019. The IFR predicts over 410,000 robots will be purchased in 2019, compared to only 60,000 globally in 2009. That's a 10-year evolution, quadrupling. Changes in market dynamics like mass customization, product life cycles, and new technologies are some of the important drivers to the continued success of the global robotics industry in these past few years. Additionally, as the Deputy Minister mentioned, governments around the world are promoting developments with tax credits and fostering cooperation among industry, educational institutions, and research to invest and develop advances in technology. The trend towards automation guarantees this continued investment in robotics, particularly with rising wages, better quality expectations, more eco-friendly production processes, and these are providing additional drivers of automation. Besides the modernization of existing production sites, various types of industries are building new production sites in order to gain market share in a rapidly growing and demanding consumer market. The Russian Association of Robotics recognizes these trends and is committed to participate in this global phenomenon. The RAR is an important member of the International Federation of Robotics. Both associations are in a continued close contact for further improvements of the statistics, for example. And the IFR represents the global robotics industry, which had an estimated turnover of $35 billion in 2015. And we certainly expect that'll be significantly more through 2016. We have over 50 members, represents thousands of people, and 20 countries, which include the National Robotics Associations, R&D institutions, robot suppliers, and integrators. The IFR has been organizing the CEO Roundtable discussion since 2010. Today, we are very excited to again take part in this high-level gathering and listen to the informative discussions. I'm looking forward to learning more about the robotics industry growth and smart manufacturing here in Russia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe, for your warming words. Друзья, идем дальше.
Dear friends, let us move on, and I give the floor to Bruno Schneckenburger, who is not only Vice President of IFR, but also the Managing Director of Yaskawa Europe. Bruno, you are welcome. Спасибо большое.
It's my pleasure to be here today at this event and to speak on behalf of the IFR on the international development of robotics, and I will be sharing with you some of the statistical data that's a vital function of the IFR. But before starting that, let me just say I'm truly impressed with the INNOPROM, with the organization of this event. It's it's impressive, and it's also impressive how much is already happening in robotics in Russia. And to what you mentioned, it's then more astounding when you look at the statistics where Russia is today. And I think, as you mentioned, it's maybe a late start, but I hope that this event will help to give us all more momentum and certainly full of opportunities here. So let me start with this. I think Joe already mentioned this. Obviously, a huge market, more than 50 members, and hopefully there will be more members joining us, and maybe this event also could encourage more to take interest to join the RAR in Russia or another abroad. I think one thing I want to mention that maybe Joe didn't mention is that I think one of the functions of IFR, in addition to organizing these events, is that it's really created a global platform for all of us, for any stakeholder in robotics on a global scale. And I think as we look at the importance of robotics, not just for our businesses, but also for society as a whole, I think it's important to have a platform where we can share ideas about developments, market trends, new technologies, and also about really communicating the positive impact robotics can have on society to address the challenges of today and of the future. So now let me really come to the core of this presentation, which share with you some of the statistical data. As you can see from this slide, robotics has seen a tremendous growth over the past years. It's been growing 14% this past year, and it's expected to continue to grow at an average of 13%. And looking at how the first quarter of 17 started, that could probably be a little bit more this next year, right? So I think it's a very good start for the year. So if you look at this in more details, where the growth is really coming from, I mean, automotive is still by far the biggest sector, with over 100,000 robots out of the 290,000 went into automotive, and basically OEMs and tier 1, tier 2 suppliers. But then the biggest growth has come from electronics, electrical industry. If you look at the total growth, being about 36,000 units, and as you see, more than 21,000, or about 2/3, has come from electronics alone. But then all the other sectors have also been growing, particularly when you look at the 2-year horizon, even though there are some might be having a slower growth in one particular year. But if you look at this multiple years, they're all growing. So over the last 6 years, 1.3 million new robots came into operation across the globe. And as you can see from the chart, the two dominating sectors are automotive and electronics, capturing roughly 2/3 of the total installed robots, or about 800,000. And as you can see, over the 10 years, the combined average growth rate for all sectors is really impressive. Automotive 13%, electronics 18%, metal and machinery 15%. So all close to double digit or well into the double digits. If you now look at the different regions, maybe not surprisingly to us, Asia is really the driver of this growth, with a growth of 16% again in the last year. Europe also been growing double digit, 10%. America growing 8%, and the rest of the world, or all other regions, growing also impressively 29%, even so at a much lower level. In 2011, the share of Australia in Asia was just about 50%. Today, it's almost 2/3. So looking at what's really behind Asia, you see that it's dominated by China again. China almost had 90,000 units of robot sales this last year, up from about 68,000. Then followed by Japan, followed by Korea, and then USA and Germany. Germany been stagnating at 20,000, but at a very high level. All other countries have been growing over the 2-year horizon here. Just mentioned China. There are 86,000 or 88,000 units. As you see, it's a mix of robots coming from abroad, or foreign origin, or foreign design, I should say, and then originally Chinese suppliers. They just appeared a couple of years ago, and today they're already a good 1/3 of the total supply in China is coming from Chinese suppliers, contributing to this tremendous growth of 27% year over year. So again, looking into what's been the growth driver in China more specifically, and seeing that the main growth coming from electronics, electrical manufacturing. As I said before, we had a growth of globally 34,000 units year over year, and as you can see from this graph, more than 10,000 just coming from electronics in China. So a tremendous growth of almost 60% year over year. And also automotive contributed very significantly to this development of 17%. And then, yes, you can see all other regions, particularly over the 2-year horizons, our sectors are also up significantly. Looking at the next 5 countries that contributed to this growth is Taiwan, Italy, Mexico, France, and Spain. They together have another 10% of the global robot supply, and all of them showing a very positive trend. Again, looking at a 2-year horizon, it's probably more visible, this trend. France kind of sticks out to me with 39%, so we don't know exactly what's been the driver there, but I know that, and maybe that's leads us into the discussion of the later half. France had nice tax incentives created that you could depreciate an investment into new manufacturing equipment by 140% instead of the 100%. They have nice incentives for startup companies and R&D, and I think, at least from my direct knowledge of customers, that certainly contributed and driving the decisions to invest in the equipment in France. So good success, and then also Spain has a nice recovery. So looking at the robot density around the globe, you see it's headed up by Republic of Korea. They are both very happy in automotive, and they are also very happy in electronics manufacturing. So hence they have about 500 robots per 10,000 employees in the industry. And then I think closely followed up by Japan, Germany, about on the same level. So that means about 35 people per robot, if you take it differently. China, as you can see, in 2015, still on about a level of 50 robots per 10,000 employees, or 1 robot per 200 employees, and now also I think the catch-up where Russia is, when we look at Russian numbers, even though we don't know exactly the installed base here, I think we reckon that would translate in a roughly 3 to 5 robots per 10,000 employees. So you see the big delta, and looking at the opportunity countries, I think that's what we need to change. I'd say Asia has China, and Europe has Eastern and Central Europe. China growing 27%, Eastern Europe and Central Europe growing 28% this last year. So also very tremendous growth, going from 2009 1,400 units to 7,600 units. So again, very impressive growth in those countries. What's been the driver for those growth? You'll see from the next slide, if this moves forward. It's been very heavily automotive driven. It's OEMs, automotive companies that make investments, that build new plants in those countries, particularly in countries like Czech Republic, Hungary, Slovakia. And then obviously that drives along the automotive supplier that also build up factories close to the OEM. So that's why it's been very heavily influenced by this sector, but also chemical, plastic, metal over the 2-year horizon have seen a nice growth, and also food being a very low level yet, but very nice growth. So I think opportunities for robotics are getting everywhere. So this is a breakdown of the 5 countries I want to show here. Czech Republic, around the 2,000 robots per year level. And then Slovakia, also about 1,500, big increase through major investments from OEMs in the last year, but also Romania, Hungary at the level. And then, even though I should say that this is a number we're still in discussion about, what is the number for Russia? It could be 350 in that ballpark. We don't know exactly. We will update this number. I think we will do a good data exchange, but it's certainly not at the level where I think it deserves to be. Particularly if you think there is a continued need to optimize manufacturing. I mean, today consumers expect products to be customized to their needs, to specific needs. They expect products to be of highest quality, but they don't want to pay more for this. They want to pay the price they would pay for mass manufactured products. Hence, manufacturing are forced to do both, to make the manufacturing processes more flexible and more efficient at the same time. So you think that's a kind of a contradiction in itself on one hand, but I think robotics is really the vehicle to achieve it both. And that's why we believe that there will continue to be an ever-increasing demand for robotics, particularly when you look at the advances that robotics is taking today. Robotics are learning from each other. They have smarter sensors. They're becoming more aware of the environment. of the needs of the people. They become mobile, they're becoming more easy to use, quicker to set up. They're becoming more economical to use, giving you a better return of investment. And then it's no longer the big boys that can afford robotics, it's also now the small and medium enterprises that really get into robotics. Yeah. And allowing the smaller enterprise to really be as competitive as some of the bigger companies. So it really instills, I think, a new level of competitiveness. So if you look at out, I think the future years, we see continue to grow double digit. And really all regions, you see China going to continue to just excel for many years to come. United States has a continued growth, Europe stable growth. Automotive will remain at a high level. I think as the new drivetrain will come in, that creates new opportunities for new applications. And as we go more into assembly with smarter robotics, creates new opportunities also in automotive. And then I think all the other industries, I think we see more entry of robotics. So this is a few of where we see the global stock to be. Today, about 1.8 million robots in operation around the globe. And as Joe already mentioned, by 2019, more than 2.6 million robots. And that's about 150% more than it was in 2010. So very impressive. Yeah. So maybe just one final word about robotics, because Joe mentioned it, it's like 50 plus years. I think one thing that inspired me is when I was young, and the first time I learned about robotics was actually through novels from a gentleman called Isaac Asimov. He's a born Russian, and he wrote about iRobots and many robot stories. I think many of us sitting here has probably been inspired by this, right? And I think this being a born Russian, I think it's a heritage for you guys in Russia to really take this on, and it's almost an obligation to make this a great success. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruno. It's always very important to know what is going on at the world robotics market, especially for Russia. Коллеги, у кого нет...
Colleagues, if you don't have a simultaneous equipment device, I will translate briefly. The global market of robotics is growing rapidly. 12% per year is a very significant growth. So, of course, I'm very sad due to our current condition, not only the low initial level, but symbolic growth. We are always at this starting position. We need to involve global experience into our practices. So I thank Bruno once again for this global landscape. As Bruno has mentioned, China is the fastest growing market. If the global market is growing by 12%, Chinese market is growing by 20 or 30%. And this is a huge volume and a huge growth rate. So, of course, we need to understand how and why China and Chinese companies are achieving that. I also must emphasize that it's not only growing as a consumer market. Over the past 5 years, Chinese companies have already occupied over 20% of their own domestic market. That's a huge number of robots they deliver, the comprehensive lineup of robots. It's also significant for us because we want to have our own domestic manufacturers in Russia. We can start with localization, with joint projects, but it's very important to know how to do it. So I want to give the floor now to Director of Intellectual Technologies Institute and Vice President of Chinese Robotics Alliance, Mr. Yu Chenghao. And I will ask Mr. Yu Chenghao to dwell in more detail on the role of the government in developing the market, how over numerous years they were able to achieve this impressive dynamics. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very much pleased to be here on the invitation of the association. I should say that China has been developing very rapidly since 2013. China has become the largest market in the world. Last year, China was developing also very well last year. The internal market grew 27%. And owing to the demand, the Chinese government made important political decisions in three aspects. Firstly, the strategic aspect. In China, there is a plan till 2025. The main aspect in the program till 2025 is robotics. We have planned very specific things, how we are going to develop, and specific tactics, owing to support of the government. Secondly, with regard to development, our government and ministries have drawn up a plan for the next 35 years. From 2016 till 2031, we set specific objectives, which area are going to be developed, and competencies. We have also a specific plan, a detailed plan for the next 5 years, which is going to be focused on the development of the Chinese market and development of robotics. Thirdly, construction in specific regions where robots are manufactured. And these regions have been given very, very beneficial terms and conditions. There is a policy in research and design, inventions, and training. Training for R&D and robot manufacturing. So we do have a specific plan, and we are conducting research and studies around these three aspects. So we are developing robotics in these three areas of research and development, manufacturing, and training. That is why we are ensuring very healthy development. And we are collaborating with the Association of Robotics, and this should ensure good development of China in the future in robotics. Colleagues, I'll say a few words. The Chinese experience is impressive. It is not just a comprehensive program of support for this new industry. In this country and around the world, China is often associated with cheap labor. This is no longer true. Qualified labor in China, on the coast and in Shanghai, For over a dozen years, the engineer costs a lot. And now even in continental China, qualified labor is also expensive. And the Chinese government is not trying to curb salaries and wages. They started automating their manufacturing industries so that the companies wouldn't go bankrupt and go out of business. This is what is behind their colossal growth. In terms of volumes and scope, South Korea is also number one, but also but in another dimension, that is density of robots. In Korea, there are two key industries that have been developing well: automotive industry and electronics. These are the industries where industrial robots are used very often. And I would like to ask the representative of the Korean Association of Robotics and our partner to tell us how the Korean robotics is developing. What plans you have? I know that you have plans to incentivize exports, so I'm giving the floor to Mr. Sanjok-in. You're welcome.
Hello, this is Sang Dok-in from Korea Association of Law Industry, and it is an honor to be here as a speaker representing Korean robot industry. And I would like to express my gratitude to RAL. In fact, RAL and KAL signed a memorandum of understanding in last year in Korea. As a result, now that I'm going to talk about Korean robot industry. And since next year, INNOPROM's partner country is Korea, I hope there may be more opportunity of cooperation between Russia and Korea regarding robot industry. Today, I will explain from introduction of KAL to Korea robot roadmap. KAL established in 1999. We have 150 companies as industry members and also 20 institutes as R&D members. And we last year we signed with RAL and RIA. Our activities are supporting members and organize exhibition, which is our award regarding the robotic exhibitions. And we work standardization activity domestically and internationally. And also, KA is doing market survey and reporting statistics to IFR. And KA has been actively cooperating with associations regarding robotics and automation. And lastly, KA has been actively promoting and marketing activities of Korea robot companies by participating in overseas exhibition. And I suppose we will be able to see Korean robot companies in the Korean pavilion in next INNOPROM. Yeah. And next is regarding Korean robot industry. Those figures are about the industrial robot market. The data is from IFR, World Robotics 2016. Although the data is based on 2015 statistics, World Robotics 2017 will be available soon in September. And you may take a look at the table, and interesting thing is the sales ranking. We were placed in number 2, the second, but according to last year's statistics, we ranked in third. Yes, and production was and import has increased and exports decreased. And these data are produced by KAR, and the thing is, most of Korean robot companies are small and medium companies. But recently, major heavy industry and electronics companies, such as Doosan and Samsung, they started robot business, and soon they will launch their robot product. And many companies are considering starting robot business in Korea. This is from the World Robotics 2016. Well, it's old data, but China ranked first and Korea was second. Yes, as earlier, regarding to IFR data, China is still doing amazing, and Korea and Japan is doing good. And regarding the robot density, where we are now first place, and compared to the second, Singapore, we are still by far higher than their density. Although IFL forecasted last year we will keep growing for coming years, but the last year data shows the number of robot decreased about 4%. But I expect, and KR expect, for coming years, we will still keep growing. Next is a Korea Robot Action Plan, which is announced by government. The action plan name is the Robot Industry Development 5-Year Plan, and it was announced by government last November. The main idea of action plan is expanding manufacturing robot installation for SMEs, manufacturing line to increase manufacturing efficiency, which is an idea so-called smart factory or smart manufacturing. Government will put $500 billion by this product. As you can see, government is focusing on researching core robot technology, because we are aware that Korea's robot technology level is still relatively lower than Germany, Japan, and the US. Next is a Korea robot roadmap. Although this roadmap is not confirmed yet and it's still under discussion, it will be confirmed within July by government. The roadmap's purpose is developing 3 foundation technologies of robot and 5 robot technologies. A robot component is about developing core technologies of a robot, such as sensors, motors, and reducers. And software and intelligence is about development of automation and intelligent software in use of a robot. And regarding the standardization, is about making standard and legislation regarding especially collaborative robot and medical robot. And regarding 5 robot technologies, regarding industrial robot in manufacturing, it is about developing robot safety technology for collaborative robot and technology of human work level manufacturing robot. Regarding a service robot, government is focusing on medical robot, transportation and farming robot, and personal service robot, and defense and security robot for social security. This is my end of presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. And the next speaker is from Germany. And of course, I cannot help emphasizing that, firstly, German business and German companies are very well present in Russia, especially in precision machine building and high-tech industries. So every time Russian manufacturing is undergoing a wave of upgrading and modernization, it is frequently German engineers and German technologies that help implement this modernization. This close cooperation has historical roots, and of course, we are also very interested how automation and robotization of manufacturing is organized in Germany and what products are exported in this area. And I would like to give the floor to Alexander Wörl, Director of the Institute for Control Engineering of Machine Tools at Stuttgart. Alexander, you're welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to add that I'm also representing the Research Council of the IFR, so all the research institutions in the IFR, and we hear many strategies and exchange the strategies of all the countries regarding robotics and automation. And what my comment would be on strategies, there is a German saying, you need to not only have a strategy, you also need to execute it. So just having a strategy and then just kind of go along and just talk about it, and that doesn't help. You really need to stick to it and execute it for several years, otherwise it doesn't help a lot. And with regards to how is the automation industry supported or working and growing in Germany, I think one very important factor is the government funding that is going into the whole industry. The government in Germany does not just give money to companies. They give money basically with a competition, so they give calls according to certain topics that are interesting, and then really basically everybody has the chance to be the winner in this competition. And the competitions are not usually won by just one institute, so you have to team up with several institutions, research institutions, but also, and that I think is very important, with industry. Industry is also funded, but not fully. Industry typically only gets maybe 30 or 40% funding within the projects, but this funding scheme, which is really several billions a year in Germany, helps to first of all to find the interesting projects, and then also later on many projects are also double-checked. You need to bring in a report, you need to show that it's really worked or what results you have provided for that type of money. So on the one hand side, not only the government is looking for results, but also the companies that you collaborate with as a research institution are also looking for making sure that there is the result that they were expecting. So I think this is an interesting way of funding, not only basic research, not only understanding things, but also really applying things is a big thing. And Germany, I think, has a significant part of the R&D funding going into the applied side of research. So just to give you rough numbers, Max Planck is getting something like 2 billion euros a year. Applied research organizations like Fraunhofer are also spending 2 billions, but then all the rest, the competitive funding, is going to and this is, let's say, 10 times more than that still is going into this competitive funding, and that's an interesting thing. And then the other thing is, if government gives money to R&D facilities, I think not only the result itself is interesting, but also the fact that you have educated people. So after a certain time, even if the result is not exciting or not really helpful for everybody, but still you have people who have an education that can be used to start new companies, or these people can be employed by other companies. And I think that's also an important factor, to have well-educated, trained people. And that's, I think, the strength of the German model, so to speak. I think, for example, in Japan, it's kind of similar. They also do a lot of interaction with industry and support that. But I'm not too much I'm not knowledgeable enough about judging that. I can only say, in Germany, I think it works really well to really support the industry through giving money to the research facilities. So that would be my statement, I guess.
Thank you very much, Alexander. У нас, видите,
You see, our speakers represent different countries and different levels. Bruno, for example, works at Yaskawa, and Joe works at Cook's company in the USA. And the final speaker represents a very big company from Sweden origin, ABB. So Martin Sandgren is responsible for robots, actually ABB robots. And Martin, you're welcome.
You hear me? Yep. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here. ABB is pleased to be part of this INNOPROM fair, and also to have this organization set up today. So I'm going to speak a little bit about ABB robotics part in Sweden, and also some examples how we work with our customers, and also how we bring technologies worldwide. So let's start. Let's see. Okay. A little bit brief about ABB robotics for you who doesn't know it. It's the first electrical robots came out 1974. We are a worldwide supplier of robots, and we have manufacturing in Europe, in Asia, and the Americas. 6,000 employees and over 300,000 robots installed. Doesn't work very good. Very good. Productivity, flexibility, quality assurance, and health and safety is, of course, the biggest drivers for investing in a robot. And we also see the big growth and demand of robotics, and in the markets, as we heard speakers before, automotive is still a huge market, but the big growth is coming from electronics, and there we also see the collaborative robots coming. Digitalization, we heard also yesterday, a lot of speakers had speeches. Robots in ABB has been speaking since 10 years. We have recently launched ABB Ability Platform, which also will digitalize and give opportunities for doing more products in the cloud-based philosophy. We are talking about digital twins and everything like that. I will give a little bit example how now we collaborate with companies out in the world. In Sweden and Europe, normally we create standards and then we easily can duplicate that worldwide. And that has been a great success, and that's a little bit how we also can contribute to the Russian market to share our knowledge in the robot industry. I will give you a concrete example how we can have a function package, for instance, where we have established and validated together with our customers in Europe, and then it can be easily transferred that technology, and our local support here in Russia can contribute to your success. And for instance, we have had a long and winding road with some of our key customers in Sweden, establishing those systems since the 80s, and then we follow our key customers out in the world to support growth. And coming to an end, maybe. Yes. So the future is, of course, innovation and collaboration, because without collaboration, we will not be successful together. Robots can speak already. We hear the automotive, connected cars industry. We have the e-mobility industry, which also is connected to the cloud. So innovation, especially software, will be the key to success for the future. So by that, I thank you for the short glimpse of how we work, and very happy to support you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin.
Dear friends, please note at the international level of experts, even though we finished later, we are basically back on the agenda. And now I would like to discuss why we have gathered here and collected this panel of speakers. We would like to get some practical advice from our speakers about what we can do here, how we can increase the level of automation and robotization. What do you think are the accelerators of this process? So first, I would like to ask Joe Gemma to answer this question, because he travels all around the world. He's talking to governments, to robot buyers, and he sells robots, and I'm confident that that he can give us a few pieces of very good advice.
What I'd like to start with is one of the things that was mentioned earlier about China. And China, in as early as 2000, invited the European manufacturers, as an example, to come into the country and gave them incentives, encouraged them to build the equipment and this kind of collaboration, but also at the same time started to build a culture of understanding. As Alex mentioned earlier, it started to build education opportunities for the people of the country to learn and understand what automation meant. It started to build a culture around that. And so by the mid-2000s, they had the people, the populace, the skill sets, understanding how to start to implement the technologies. So I think it's critical that you take on and accept investment and companies to collaborate within your country and with other companies, maybe joint ventures, et cetera. Even if you go back historically, the same thing happened in the United States. FANUC collaborated with GE in the United States. Unimation collaborated with Westinghouse. And there were two powerhouses working together to kind of start to build what that culture looked like. Some other things I would recommend, perhaps, and as you say, I have the opportunity to move and work around the world in various circles, and there's a lot of knowledge available working with some of the associations like CAR and RIA and the membership there. We would encourage you to take the opportunity to meet with some of our members and to understand where and how they've been successful. The RIA, for example, has 1,000 members in their associations. And it's a collection of knowledge, experience that you could certainly share, and we would welcome you to take that opportunity to see where that success came from, how they built their companies, and how they built automation solutions to build success in the marketplace. And again, I would encourage investments in infrastructure. China, again, was a good example. One of the early adoptions of automation was was the automotive. And you see the same thing happening now in Eastern Europe, is that kind of same investment. Romania, one of the faster growing markets, and they're investing in the automotive automation technologies, but again, building a culture of understanding in automation so that they have, again, the populace. And then, as Alex mentioned, working together with education, working together with research, working together with industry and government together to build that plan. That's where I think you could learn from that past history, some of it longer history, but some very near history with China, and help grow the Russian market.
It's a little bit paradox. You said that people is the main thing in robotization. Yeah, am I right?
Well, yes, it's certainly because understanding how to utilize technologies, to advance technologies, to develop new technologies, it requires an understanding of what automation means. So yes, you have to build that culture. And even, again, somebody mentioned the small, medium-sized companies. It's critical that they have the opportunity to be able to tap into that understanding of technology. They have to hire those employees. If you don't build that as part of your culture, part of your education environment, they can't bring that into their manufacturing. In fact, a good example in the U.S., manufacturing in the U.S., 3/4 of all private sector investment in R&D, and that's medical, aerospace, electronics, pharmaceutical, all across it, comes from the private sector R&D. So, and a lot of that is small to medium-sized manufacturing companies. If you consider in America, and particularly the U.S., 95% of all the manufacturing is small to medium-sized companies. And so a lot of that investment is coming from there. But if we couldn't draw from that skill set, that powerful tool of the employee understanding what to do and invest in that understanding through research and education, we wouldn't be able to implement that as technology in the manufacturing.
Thank you very much. Да, у нас действительно вот.
Yes, indeed, these people that know this technology, they are currently focused in two types of companies: robotics suppliers on the one hand, and they hire employees, they explain to customers how to use robots, and secondly, integrators. Many of them are represented here today, and many of them are not just selling products, they are also disseminating this culture. And the next layer is customers, technical managers. When at least the first robot appears at the manufacturing, this is the grain that can be grown. The company now understands how to calculate the payback, how to maintain the robot, use this technology, and so on.
Your own opinion about these matters?
Yeah, basically, I don't have the golden recipe for you, but I think one thing that, in addition to what Joe mentioned regards China, is what we can learn from them is, I think they set up themselves an ambitious goal. They clearly stated where they want to be in 25 years, so very long-reaching. And also what Alexander mentioned, I think it's really to put a plan together is one thing, and then basically execute. But then also check and be very open where you are in getting and reaching your goals, and then make adjustments as needed. I think if you look at Russia, and at least from my studies, and you might correct me, I think there are about 50,000 engineers finishing their education every year in this country in related fields. So that's a huge power of brain you have. I think would be great to create an environment for many of those people to start their own companies, become entrepreneurs, entering the field of robotics. I think when I look at what is sometimes a hindrance, and also talk about the small and medium companies, I think what we're lacking here is also a number of good system integrators. I think system integrators are a great vehicle to get more robotics into diverse applications. I think the big automotive companies, they can help themselves, but other industries need help of system integrators, and I think by creating an environment for young engineers to set up those businesses, I think would be great for those for those guys working there, but also for many other companies. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I would set up an action plan. I think you probably have more ideas you can implement. And select, I would also start with something simple that gives results. I think we have obviously great names, but there are some quick wins I think you sure can realize. And then go from there.
Quick wins.
Yeah, but I'm sure you will reach, and this country deserves to reach these ambitious goals.
Thank you. Да, действительно, у нас довольно...
Indeed, we have a very good, massive engineering education, strange, but we have a lot of graduates in robotics and a lot of technological institutes. There are departments of automation, robotics, and mechatronics, but not all of the graduates can find jobs in robotics. These are engineers. They may work in related areas in automation, but of course there is certain potential that is being gained, and I hope that at a certain point in time it will have its effect. You mentioned China again, and I'd like to ask Mr. Hao, what advice can he give us based on the Chinese experience? Thank you very much. I think the three aspects, these three aspects are helping Russia, and Russia can take them into account. Firstly, it is important to know the importance of modernization. For example, robotics and digitalization, automation are the future for the industry and for economic development. Example, it is important that our cars are driving on the roads, then it's okay, but the government should be supporting the policies. The government should create good means for realizing things. And thirdly, it is the market. In China, there is a high demand on the market. It's a big market. That is why China is rapidly developing. I think in Russia there is a big advantage, is that you have good qualified staff, engineering staff, and China will be pleased to share its experiences with Russia. We'll be developing together and contribute to the development of the civilization. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hao. I cannot help but ask our Korean colleague if he has anything to add or share his view or give advice to the Russian companies, what we should focus on for developing these technologies.
Thank you for asking. I've been thinking as a...
I saw it.
Okay. And representing Korean robot industry, and how can I give advice for the development of Russian robot industry? And my idea is very similar to Mr. Hao. We all know that Russia has a really big market, but the problem is how big is the robotic market? Usually, as all saw the presentation, the big market of robot industry is automotive and electronics. And to develop the robot industry in Russia, then the Russian government or Russian car manufacturing or electronics companies should build more factory or manufacturing line. And I know the Russian government is focusing on the policy, like China's manufacturing 2015 and Germany's Industry 4.0 and Japanese and the US also doing those kind of policies. So I think that's what Russia needs for the development of the robot industry. Yes, I think that will be the starting point for the Russian robot industry's development. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander.
Yes, so I can support what my colleagues said here, that the incentives and the support for startup companies, for medium and small enterprises, I think is very important. But maybe a more specific idea would be also to get back the good experts that you lost to foreign countries. I think there is quite a bit of brain drain also in Russia. Quite a few of experts went abroad because they can earn more money or have better opportunities to start a company. And then if you, even in Germany, people try to get back people from foreign universities, for example, to come back to our country and to share their knowledge then at home again. So if you could set up environments or support for people coming back, I think that might be an idea also.
Thank you very much. Martin.
Martin, I have a provocative question to ask of you because you represent a company that sells robots. ABB makes good robots at the world level. But in Russia, your company robots are not that well represented in our country from your company in contrast to other products. In this respect, what could help increase your presence and at what expense could your share of the market be increased?
Thank you for the question. ABB Robotics has been present since 2006 in Russia, actually. I think what we discussed before, it's about sharing technology. ABB would like to be part of that and sharing our technology into Russia. It's about attracting new talents, students, giving the new students from university the chance to work in this environment and collaborate with them. I think we need also to improve our integrator network, sharing technology, having the local integrators knowing how to work more in this area. So those two things I would.
Thank you.
I would like to draw your attention, colleagues. When the Korean Association spoke, you may have noted 150 companies as members. This association is still young, and perhaps I'm not going to mention China, more than 20 research and design institutions. And so in Russia, we're having now over 20 members. It's our second year. Tomorrow we are going to hold their meeting. You can attend it. And tomorrow our new members will join it, including ABB and Kawasaki. And last year we had only Fanuc and Kuka as suppliers and integrators. And this is going to become an important step for us in terms of development. Our association is increasing and its gravitation is increasing. But going back to our theme, in conclusion, I cannot help but mention that in Russia it is impossible to underestimate the role of the government because a big share of the economy is either public or under the influence of the government, like aviation, shipbuilding, Rostech, the engine building corporation. They all manufacture complicated, complex products where they need robots. It is objective in a lot of elements and components of the technological process. They are present. I noted Mikhail wasn't taking notes, and it is interesting for me to. It is interesting to know. I'm curious to know what notes he was making. Whether this discussion is going to lead to certain steps from the government. No doubt, Vitaly, I will try to make a kind of summary to our today's dialogue, and I'll comment on the main ideas that have been voiced by our panelists. But first, I would like to kind of change the paradigm of our discussion. That is, your last question was about what Russia needs to do in order to see its robotics developing. But I would like to change the vector outside for our colleagues and ask them to come to Russia, because China is very exemplary in this way. Perhaps very few people know that in Russia currently there are no worse conditions than in China for foreign investors. In 2015, we issued a law on industrial policy. One of the main tools in the new law is a special investment contract. This is a contract that is concluded between the government and the investor, and it should enable the investor to get guaranteed conditions for conducting business, to get a package of beneficial terms and conditions of support for a term of 7 to 10 years. This is a very good instrument, and we've made a decision to sign 9 contracts within the 10th one will be signed within the next 2 months. I think this is a very, very good mechanism for investors to feel opportunities and get absorbed into an environment for developing their projects here in Russia. In terms of labor and human resources, I'd like to share with the colleagues that we have a strategic initiatives agency in Russia, and recently they published an atlas of future professions, 140 new professions that are going to come to our economy and will soon become topical as new markets and new technologies emerge. Of course, we are following this process, and this atlas of trades is a kind of roadmap for us, which we are associating with world skills and our educational standards. No doubt, human resources in one of the most important areas, and we're paying a lot of attention to it. As for the market, the colleagues from China and Korea mentioned that the market in Russia is not yet that big, but we have excellent examples of implementation of international projects in the Russian Federation that manufacture for exports to third countries. Today, indeed, labor in China is not that cheap, and I can say that in Russia, labor is competitive, and realizing a project in Russia is advantageous. We have a range of measures of support that is aimed at exports. Today, you can come to Russia and be oriented to the European market or Asian market, and this concerns not only the final products, not only finished products, but also components. In the morning, we opened a forum of for component manufacturers. This is a new format for INNOPROM. 2 days of B2B meetings with Russian components makers, various customers from different sectors of the industry, in order to integrate our manufacturers into the global value-adding chain. Separately, I should know that the driver of innovation in the world is SME. It's been mentioned here. Very few people know that we have very good and interesting startups. Just one example. A small company in the city of Perm in Russia has created a new programming language. It's called RCML, Robot Control Language. It's a high-level programming language that enables, irrespective of the components of the robot, achieve the target result and combine robots from different manufacturers into a single system without losing time and resources on low-level programming. And as far as I know, Cook and Fanac have shown interest in this product. We have companies with who our international partners would be interested in working. No doubt, R&D is important, as has been mentioned here. Indeed, without state support, it would be difficult to accumulate a critical mass of investments in order to make advancements in this or that area, because often we lack private investments in different areas. And the ministry does have tools of support. We are adapting them to new products, and we are prepared to channel them into joint projects with our international colleagues. I think there is a more difficult question which was touched upon by the Chinese colleagues, that we need to understand the importance of modernization and digitalization and the importance of using robots in industry. And this is where it is more difficult for the government. The state may create an infrastructure for companies for implementation of new technologies, but we need that companies understand this. It should be a two-way movement from the government and from the companies. If the companies do not make a decision for themselves that digital technologies and robots are the future, and I'm going to modernize my technologies and I'm going to orient myself to digital technology, then it would be difficult for the government to ensure that the Industry 4.0 becomes a reality. I'm grateful to the colleagues here, to the panelists, because as far as I understand, the outcome is going to be that our companies will know more about robots, about automation, digitalization, and I hope it will help them to make decisions on their future strategies. Thank you. Thank you, Mikhail. Indeed, due to this diversity of views from different countries and different companies, we can have a comprehensive picture of what is going on. Today, technologies products are as a rule global. They are made in cooperation with different countries, different companies, and they are sold around the world. In this respect, it is very difficult to make divisions and boundaries. But what I've heard from Mikhail and his presentation, it's addressed to integrators and companies that, okay, you can hope, you can rely on the government, but you should be good too. It very much depends on the players on the market, to what extent they are engaged in education of their customers. In conclusion, I would like to thank the participants. First of all, Joe Gemma. It's been a high-level roundtable, and I hope it will become a tradition. I would like to thank the audience. I hope it's been interesting and the content has been good. Thank you.
Следующий. Не, уже выключил.
кому-то же надо быть оптимистическим.
Is industry-specific session on energy saving and environment. My name is Mr. Watanabe, and I'm Executive Director of New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization, NEDO. Let me introduce the speakers present here. To my right is a representative. Oh, unfortunately, this person is not here yet. This is a representative of the Ministry of Industry and Trade. He will join us in 20 minutes. We were expecting Deputy Minister, Mr. Yevtukhov, but unfortunately he will not be able to make it. So we will be joined by Mr. Reputinsky, Director for Materials from the Ministry. Then we have Mr. Ishii from Tokyo Engineering Corporation, Business Development, Director of Business Development Union. Then Mr. Toshikazu Arai, Chief Executive Officer at Mitsubishi Heavy Industry. Then we have Ms. Albina Dudareva, Chair of the Coordination Board on the Waste Treatment of the Association of International Social Development and Interaction. Then we have Ms. Amy Komai, Director of Renewable Energy Department, and Mr. Toshikazu Arai, Mitsubishi Heavy Industry, Environmental and Chemical Engineering. First of all, let me brief you on the contents of today's session, and let me begin with the explanation of our organization. NEDO is an organization of the Japanese government, a Japanese organization developing new sources of energy and industrial technologies. NEDO does R&D and projects on energy and industrial programs. We are implementing a wind energy project in Kamchatka and a project on implementing a cutting-edge traffic light system in Moscow. So we are just beginning the test runs in this project. And our speaker, who is going to speak later, will tell you more about this project. Our organization cooperates with private sector companies. This company has cutting-edge technologies, and it implements projects. We, another organization, works under the Ministry of Economy and Industry, and we implement such projects implemented by private Japanese companies. Over its history, Japan has faced various problems. In 1960s, the water and the air were polluted because of quick development of the economy. In the 1980s, we faced oil crisis, but every time the Japanese economy overcame the challenges by actively developing and implementing new technologies. This became an impetus for innovative development, and it drove the creation of a new industry model in Japan. This and many more topics, I'm sure, will be understandable for many representatives of the Japanese business, and we will hear more about it later. And now we are actively working on implementing renewable energy sources and developing industrial technology. Now, it became a new advantage of Japanese technologies, forming the basis of Japanese economy. If we look at the situation in Russia and compare it to the situation in Japan, Russia spends 5 times more energy per unit of GDP. Of course, compared to Russia, compared to Japan, Russia has rich natural reserves. So this difference of 5 times is not very telling. Nevertheless, it can become a task, a challenge that needs to be overcome by our Russian colleagues. So it's energy saving, it's developing energy saving technologies, developing renewable sources of energy to improve production efficiency, and so on and so forth. Cooperation between Japan and Russia promises a lot. And it will drive the cooperation between companies of our 2 countries, and it will create new market segments. I sincerely hope that it will happen, and I think that the speakers in this session will give you more information on these innovative technologies, energy-saving technologies, as well as using renewable sources of energy. Please pay attention to the existing problems and let us talk on the available solutions. I really hope, I would like to express a hope that our today's session will work fruitfully. We will have 2 speakers on the Russian side, 4 speakers on the Japanese side. Each speaker will have 10 minutes. And we have just been joined by Mr. Pavel Servatinsky from the Ministry of Industry and Trade. Will you speak now, or will you prefer to speak later? Now. Yes. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm sorry for being late. I have a very busy schedule and there are lots of interesting things to discuss. So, of course, I'm happy to speak, and sorry once again for being late. Thank you. So, as soon as you are ready, Mr. Servachinsky, you have just arrived, but I would like you to speak first, as planned. Thank you. Dear colleagues, dear friends, today in the Russian Federation we have a very acute problem of waste management. Over 5 billion tons of waste is created. Solid household waste is about 60 million tons, and not more than 10% of this gets sorted. The rest is just buried. And recycling solid household waste has extra importance because it's not only economical but also a social challenge. Our task is reducing the tariffs for the population by recycling this waste, and we would like to focus on the technologies used by our ministry to improve the situation with recycling the waste. Together with the experts, we analyzed the condition of waste recycling industry and identified the main trends of activities for domestic machine building industry to provide a contemporary cutting-edge equipment for this industry. Excuse me. Besides developing domestic machine building, another priority task for us is creating an industry that provides maximum recycling of waste and minimizing non-recycled waste, so pursuing the zero waste strategy. These activities and trends were established as a goal for the project of developing the industry on treating and recycling waste until 2030. This project has now been prepared and is now being agreed upon with the stakeholders among different authorities and ministries. We also see that business is very interested in investing in this industry, and we have a strategic vision of where to move next. First of all, we need to start with sorting, and we need to collect different kinds of waste separately. So of course it's going to be different to move to separate multi-level collection of garbage as in Europe, but dividing non-organic and organic waste I think is doable, and collecting waste in two separate waste baskets will not be too difficult for housewives, but it will already reduce the disadvantages of Russian waste, like humidity, and make it possible to extract more useful material from it. The European experience of using differentiated rates used by waste recycling plants when they accept different kinds of waste for recycling. There are different approaches like burning, receiving different kinds of waste recycling. Different approaches can be used when we are building a waste treatment industry in any region of the Russian Federation. Even though the government supports it at a very high level, the projects of building 5 garbage incinerating plants, and 4 are planned to be built in the Moscow region and another one in Kazan in the Republic of Tatarstan using Hitachi technology. This faced huge resistance. The population doesn't like the landfill, but they don't like the waste incinerating plants either. So if we recycle all of the waste, we should strive to achieve this goal as a primary goal for waste treatment. As a tool for solving this problem, we suggest building technoparks, specialized industrial complexes on whose territory we are going not only to sort secondary waste but also manufacture end product. So following this single product strategy, so as we could recycle as much as possible of these resources to extract the useful elements of from the waste. We need to create the sufficient capacity for recycling this waste. We need about 200 automated waste sorting complexes by 2030 in Russia, with the total investment of about 400 billion rubles. Currently, we don't have comprehensive plans in Russia for recycling waste, specifically for automated waste sorting. The existing capacities of Russian machine builders are not sufficient to satisfy the market demand. A series of defense industry plans with the best developed machinery capacities are ready to take orders for manufacturing such equipment. Besides, they need to diversify their manufacturing and transfer to civil products. This year at St. Petersburg Economic Forum, attended by Denis Manturov, Minister of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation, a package of documents was signed between the Russian defense plant and American company and two market operators who were ready to implement the first two complexes to implement their investment projects. In this context, I would like to dwell on the possibility of building the first waste processing plant in Ulan-Ude, Buryatia. This was a project, a priority project of Japanese-Russian program, and it was awarded the status of special signature project controlled by the Minister of Japan. This project has been ongoing for 2 years. Its initial cost was supposed to be 9.3 billion rubles. Now it reduced to 6.5 million rubles. The capacity was supposed to be 240,000 ton. Now it's 72,000 ton, and this was caused by the territorial restrictions of the region. NEDO is planning to implement 1.5 billion rubles, and due to a long payback period, such projects need government support. So we are considering this project very carefully together with NEDO, but we haven't yet seen a financial model from the Japanese side about building and using this plant in the future. Without it, we cannot create a proposal to the government. That is why today and tomorrow within the forum we have talked to NEDO, we have developed further ways of cooperation. So we are going to continue with this project, and I hope we will eventually succeed with it. Implementing foreign technologies in the Russian market of waste recycling is interesting in terms of the latest developments to localize key technological solutions. To implement such projects, the Ministry of Industry and Trade can provide the existing and future investments. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Recycling and technologies that are used. It is important that Japan is participating in this project, and I would like to share what we are doing in Japan, NEDO, for waste recycling, for waste management, and we started a project in Buryatia, concluded an agreement with the local authorities, and we've got support from the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation. Now, from the Japanese side, Mr. Ishii is given the floor, Director of the Department for Business Development, Toyo Engineering Corporation. My name is Ishii. Good morning, good afternoon. Let me thank you for this opportunity, and I'm grateful to the organizers. Today, I would like to tell you about increasing energy efficiency and reducing impact on the environment and renewable energy sources in Japan. Our company constructs plants around the world since 1960s. And we are involved in different sectors, petrochemical, oil and gas, etc. And since the establishment of our company, we've done a lot of projects in the CIS countries and the former countries of the Soviet Union. And this is one of the key regions for us. The slide shows, as you may remember, during the Conference on Climate, Paris Concord was concluded, and this slide shows that many countries, including Russia, reported how they had implemented their promises, and one of the political consequences of this conference is that the United States, who had departed from the Kyoto Protocol, joined it again, joined the Paris Agreement, and Russia has set itself as an objective by 2030 to reduce its emissions compared with the late 1980s by a fairly great amount. But in June this year, Mr. Trump announced that the United States decided to quit the Paris Agreement, although it was ratified by China, the European Union, and Japan. But a number of countries are supporting this agreement, including Russia, which inspires hope. This slide shows, this chart shows end consumption of energy and against GDP as compiled by the Ministry of Natural Resources of Japan. This chart shows that the GDP of Japan increased 2 times since the 1970s till 2010. And consumption of energy during the same period was decreasing by about 10%. This is not because the scope of industry reduced, but during the crisis in the 1970s, Japan suffered a lot, and in order to survive in that context, Japan started to promote energy diversification. We are proud that Japan is one of the leading countries in the world around energy saving. Today, the ratio is less than 5% in terms of self-sufficiency. This chart doesn't show it, but I would like to draw your attention to the fact that Japan suffered a lot from environmental pollution in the 1950s and 1960s, and we have made effort to overcome this pollution. Russia is a major energy producer in the world, and we are hoping for collaboration with Russia, and we are hoping to reduce gas emissions and improve energy justice. I would like to describe now our main business area, that is consumption of energy in the chemical industry. Primary energy consumption in the industry is around 43% of total consumption. And chemical industry amounts to 34% of the total energy consumption in the chemical industry, and 40% of that amount is due to the process of distillation. That is 6% of total energy consumption in Japan is occupied by the process of distillation in the economic and industrial processes. That is why we have developed a superheated it's a pump. It's a heating pump with the help of which we can save up to 50% of energy consumption, and we believe this superheating could be used to 20 distillation columns in the chemical industry. And so we suggest that 50% of all distillation columns could achieve a 50% energy saving. Since gas emissions in Japan over 1 year is 1,100,000,000 tons, then the amount of energy that our superheater could save would be approximately 5 million tons. That is, we can reduce gas emissions considerably. And last year, together with the company Petrochemical, we launched the first commercial plant with superheating. Now let me describe our technology. SS21 is a process. Since the 1960s, our company has been dealing with plant construction and production of urea. This slide shows an example of a project which is implemented in China. SS22 help reduce waste by 50%. And thus, we can reduce emission of gas by 94,000 tons a year. Around the world, there are more than 900 urea plants. Most of them are old. Now I'd like to describe our activities in the area of renewable energies. This slide shows a photograph showing the solar batteries that we have developed, and this is how a facility would look like. Its capacity is 230 megawatts, which is going to become a major facility in the Okayama prefecture. And its area is around 500 hectares for solar batteries. In the bottom of the slide, you can see that in order to save the environment after the implementation of this solar batteries project, different actions have been taken. And here you can see the location of incineration facilities. At the moment, there are 5 million tons of biogas which is burned. And it is believed that 12,500 tons of gas are not used and are repumped in underground, and the technology is aimed at using this biogas, which is currently burned, and this gas is liquefied. And our company, together with the American company Perosis, we are developing a process of gas conversion liquefaction. And a demonstration project was built to demonstrate this technology and gas liquid conversion by Petrobras in Brazil. Together with Petrobras in Brazil, its efficiency has been proven. And as our colleague from NEDO mentioned, we're also developing bioenergy facilities. This project is aimed at ensuring that before the Tokyo Olympic Games of 2025, Japan realizes production of fuel for aircraft engines and use it for refueling aircraft. And also, we've constructed a nature-like facility in Tubo, and the fuel for aircraft will be tested on engines supplied by the Japanese Aerospace Agency, and the aviation agency has taken decisions not to increase emissions from aircraft after 2020, and the aim is to reduce gas emissions by 2 times in the area of aviation. And the expansion of biofuel for rocket engines is also becoming a topical issue, as the slide shows. In operation of the plants, it is very important to ensure a high level of reduction of emissions, and to this end it is important to propose comprehensive services from design to operation and maintenance. And I'd like to say that engineering companies like ours, we would like to propose our clients common solutions rather than just selling equipment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this extensive explanation. In Russia, since 1960s, TEC was actively working in various industries. Mr. Ishii made a very detailed explanation of innovative technologies, and now we are going to talk about artificial liquid fuel and wind energy and so on. So I now give the floor to the member of the Commission Chair of the Commission for Ecology and Environmental Protection, Ms. Albina Dudareva. You're welcome. Thank you very much. I am happy to greet you here, dear colleagues, on the Russian soil. It is our pleasure to work with Japanese technologies, and as delegations we often go and see how waste treatment systems are built in Japan, and we are learning from you because the reform of waste treatment has begun in Russia recently, and we don't yet have an extensive experience of our own, but we really want to move to industrial waste treatment to implement the principles of Russian ecology policy that are now included in our legislation system. The first principle is involving all the useful things, everything the useful that's contained in the waste within rational use of nature. We need to use all these useful elements into economy again, recycle them without extracting more natural resources. The second principle that, again, we can use energy waste in the economy, and we should generate the energy from waste. That's another priority of ours. And of course, we want to reduce the existing landfills as soon as possible. And before we bury the waste, we need to sanitize it as much as possible so that it is then processed in the ground. So these principles are already part of the governmental policy. We just need to find the necessary technologies. And in this regard, the Ministry of Industry and Trade is doing a huge work with their research board, and I'm a member of this board. And there is expert community that visits different countries and sees how a certain country treats waste. They come and see whether these technologies and this equipment could be adapted and used in Russia. And today we would like to invite our Japanese colleagues so that they could transfer their technologies and localize at our facilities. Within this conversion that has been mentioned by Mr. Servatinsky, a representative of the Ministry of Industry and Trade, within this conversion many companies are ready to use their industrial potential to develop the waste treatment industry as a new sub-industry for our machine building. That is why we will be happy to work together with the Japanese who have great technologies. We invite you to cooperate, come, and we are happy to help you in this. Of course, no country of the world has a full 100% waste recycling, but we need to think about the future generation. Are we going to leave them a pile of rubbish or clean water and a clean planet? A big problem nowadays is industrial waste of numerous companies. In order to strike this balance without destroying companies' economy and reducing their competitiveness, but yet at the same time move to the best available technologies. That's the job of the expert group, to strike this balance. And we invite our Japanese colleagues and colleagues from other countries to cooperate on that, including specifically you can use the civil chamber of that. And today at several Yekaterinburg companies we also saw some good practices of recycling waste and reusing it. We saw that many forums of Yekaterinburg are using small practices for like manufacturing hedges from recycled metal. So we can now recycle some waste and make hedges or benches from it. This is caused by Yekaterinburg's targeted policy of recycling waste. I thank Yekaterinburg colleagues a lot because not every city pays such a careful attention to this secondary waste. And once again, I invite you to cooperate, to localize, to transfer technologies, and we will be happy to contribute as much as we can. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Dudareva. You have described the condition of waste management and the significance of transferring technologies. You were talking about localization. You've mentioned it several times. And I think that most importantly, is transferring the technology and doing the work by the actual people living here. I think we will have time for questions later. I know you have questions, but we will deal with them later. Sorry. The next speaker from the Japanese side is going to be a representative of Kyosan Electric Manufacturing, and we invite Mr. Arai, member of the board. Mr. Arai, you are welcome. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I would like to tell you about a self-regulating, self-controlled advanced traffic signal system developed by our company. This system was developed in Japan, but the main control system of the traffic lights have been adapted to match conditions outside Japan. First of all, let me tell you a little about our company. It was created in 1917. On the 3rd of September, we are going to be 100 years old. So this year, so we are a historical company. We develop, manufacture, and sell equipment and control systems for traffic lights on the railway signals and regular traffic lights. Here you can see our main products. On the left is the traffic signal controller. Then there is Artemis centralized system. Then we have sensors, vehicle detectors, and displays representing the information about the traffic. I would like to talk about our Artemis system. This is a system that reduces traffic congestion. But first, let me tell you about the necessity of traffic light management to ease this congestion and avoid traffic jams. And reducing traffic jams reduces the time it takes to drive home or to work, and you can use this time to do something else. It also reduces fuel consumption. One of the measures of reducing traffic jams in cities is widening roads, building bridges or pedestrian bridges, and increasing the capacity. The second approach is reducing traffic demands, like building bypasses, restriction on incoming traffic, introduction of public transportation, and so on. Of course, all of them are very efficient to reduce traffic jams. But besides, for efficient operation of the system, we need signal control system, because, for example, even we are creating a bus route, people are still not going to take this bus, and it's not going to be reliable, and it will take too much time. So to solve these issues, we submit to your attention Artemis signal control system developed by our company. So here you can see the Artemis system. You can see the controller, vehicle detector, and the vehicle and the sensor provide information. There is a system for processing this information. And here we have a system, and on crossroads we have different devices that are connected to the internet, and they exchange information, because the traffic situation will influence the signaling to provide efficient signaling. This is real-time signal control. And you can see with blue lines how we forecast traffic demands on the top to make sure that traffic lights operate in such a way as to minimize the traffic jams. This explains this concept because the crossroads on the right informs the next crossroads that 5 cars are going to come in 20 seconds. The central crossroads regulates the time by the time when the green light is going to go on, to make sure that the cars that are going to arrive in 20 seconds and the cars currently at the crossroads could cross all together. This information is transferred to the next crossroads to reduce the number of machines at each crossroads. The system makes it possible to reduce the stops of cars at the crossroads, and the additional function is combining the systems of different districts in big cities. And it means that we can perform highly technological control without a centralized system of traffic control. So if there are problems at individual crossroads, only minimal districts will have a negative impact. The system is very reliable and sustainable. We have already implemented it in Japan. In 2010, we installed such systems at 13 intersections in Iwata City, Shizuoka. Here you can see a map of Iwata, and in the center of Iwata there is Road 1, and it always has traffic jams due to a large number of cars, because a local road for regular use intersects with another road here. That's very typical. So we started using the Artemis system here, and we were able to reduce the jams by 35%. What you can see here with orange, or the orange star, means the center of the traffic jam. And we could immediately after the installation, we could see great advantages, great efficiency of this method. And we achieved very good results. The next thing you can see here in this diagram is the comparison of the time it took the cars to cross this area in the rush hour before and after the implementation. Before the implementation is in orange, and blue is what happened after. The green route was reducing the traffic time by 11 minutes during the evening rush hour, and up to 6 minutes in the morning rush hour. And the results of our research and Artemis implementation, we have presented it in 2010 at International ITS conference in America. And implementing Artemis makes it possible to reduce the number of vehicles stopping at intersections, and as a result, the driving time reduces, the traffic jam is mitigated throughout the district where the system is implemented. What we are planning to do in Russia. In December, 2015, we signed an agreement between NEDO and the Center of Traffic Management of the Moscow Transportation System. They agreed to do an experiment in the center of Moscow to try this system. This is one of the projects, one of the within these 8 paragraphs of cooperation plan. Here you can see 5 crossroads. You can see that the information about the incoming traffic at the crossroads and the controllers' data about the outgoing traffic is sent to the next crossroads, and controllers of the next crossroads regulate the green light time of these traffic lights, which means that the traffic runs very smoothly, and we can see these great results. And again, as you can see, having receiving order from NEDO, that's what we did beginning from 2014. We are almost through with the system installation, and very soon we are going to start the demonstration. So that's the last stage. We really want to achieve visible, tangible results to prove how efficient this system is for solving the traffic problem in Moscow. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. It has been explained not only in Moscow but in other localities. This problem is very relevant not only for the urban environment but for use in the cities. Various technologies need to be developed. This is a new approach to handling this task. I hope this method will be disseminated widely in the future. Now, from the Japanese side, Ms. Komai will speak as an expert in renewable energy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This time, we are exhibiting in the Japanese pavilion our products, and we are familiarizing the local people with our technology. A lot of people ask us whether there is any plans that they could set up at their dachas. Unfortunately, we don't have such equipment, but it's good to hear that people are interested in our products. Our company was set up in 1883. Initially, we produced steel bridges and steel structures. Look at this picture. We started developing our business in renewable energies in 2006, and our wind power plants based on wind turbines of 300 kilowatts are set up not only in Russia but also in Mexico and Bhutan. And we've set up various solar facilities like this, cable type, suspended type. The turbine has a nominal capacity of 300 kilowatts. It's a medium-size turbine, but recently there has been a trend in Japan that the size of the wind turbines is increased, and we are trying to build turbines that can operate in the climatic and geographic conditions of Japan. And we have designed a turbine that can withstand turbulence of 0.18. Each year in Japan, we are experiencing such natural calamities as typhoons and earthquakes. That is why we are now developing equipment which can withstand typhoons at a speed of 90 meters per second. This is an example of a project, a demonstration project by NEDO. In 2015, in Ust-Kamchatka, we set it up. It was the first unit. Now there are 3 units in operation, and based on this project, we can say that we've saved about 400 tons per year. And so we've been able to test turbine control under different weather conditions, in the conditions of icing and snow burden. And in temperatures under down to -5 due to the use of heating insulating material in the gondola. The turbines were tested in freezers at the temperature down to 40 degrees, -30 degrees, but also in Kamchatka at temperatures down to -20 and -30. And we can see that under such low temperatures, our wind turbines are able to operate normally. And together with the Russian partners, we've done construction, and we believe that cooperation between our countries and with the local residents has been very effective. For wind turbines, it is important that maintenance should be done correctly. During construction, we collaborated with the local engineers, and upon completion, we conduct regular inspections and monitoring. We also provide workshops and seminars for the engineers who are involved in maintenance and servicing. In April of this year, we invited local engineers to our office and plant in Osaka and provided a seminar to them. And we can say that the potential of the program of development of the Far East till 2025 shows that there's going to be a growing demand for electric energy, and we're aiming at implementing renewable energies, particularly where there are no grid systems for supplying electric energy. And to this end, it is essential to understand costs. At INNOPROM here, we've been approached by people who would like to work with us, but for our projects, it is important to keep costs as low as possible and reduce costs, because our facilities are large size, so it's quite expensive to deliver them to the place of installation. And if we could reduce costs, for example, by transporting by sea, it would be really good. And we also need to take into account the risks of exchange rate volatility, and we need to find optimal ways of setting up such facilities. And in the future, we would like to make our contributions to setting up a society where renewable energies would be supporting the life of people. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been a very interesting presentation.
In Russia, in the Far East, there are regions where electrical grid is not connected to the all-Russian grid and power system, and it is necessary to find some ways of using renewable energy efficiently, renewable sources of energy, and reducing the cost of power generation. It is a very important task, a very important area for the population and for the federal government. And Ms. Gumai said that the company is aiming at higher localization of wind turbines. This is going to be very important for developing our further cooperation. So I now give the floor to the last speaker, Chief Regional Officer for Russia and CIS. Environmental and Chemical Engineering, MHI, Mr. Toshikazu Arai. Good afternoon. I represent MHI. Environmental and Chemical Engineering, and in my speech I would like to draw your attention to environmental impact, that negative impact that is increased as the economy is developed, and to some solution suggested by our company. For that, I will firstly dwell on the Japanese experience and how solving the problem of solid household waste. Secondly, here we have Mr. Watanabe from NEDO, and it was him who has done a lot to develop the project of burning waste in the Republic of Buryatia. This is a successful project, and I would like to dwell on it as well. The main policy in terms of solid household waste in Japan is eliminating or minimizing their volume by incinerating this waste. Although recycling is encouraged, and the Russian speakers also talked about the necessity of recycling and secondary use and other measures of reducing the volume of recycled waste. These measures are not sufficient to fully solve the problems of solid household waste, and 4,000 tons of that are generated in Japan annually. The goods that we used a lot of energy, material and labor to manufacture. After these goods reach the end of their service life, they are being thrown away as waste. This waste is comprised of various elements, including hazardous elements, and treating them requires certain cost. The amount of solid household waste in Japan was about 44 million tons per year. This reduced significantly since the peak in 2000, when it was 54 million. Over the past 10 years, we were able to reduce it by 10 million ton, specifically thanks to the active campaign of reusing products and reducing the amount of waste. Incinerating solid household waste makes it possible to significantly reduce the amount of waste that goes to landfill to 10% of the initial volume. This residue consists of ash and non-inflammable residue. This is different from Russia, where all types of waste go to landfill. I believe that there are three reasons why Japan was able to win in this struggle with waste. The first was the population's desire to live in highly hygienic and cultural environment. This is very important. There was a significant demand of that from the population. Secondly, constant funding from the government budget on the long-term basis. And the government is ready to work actively on that. Thirdly, entrepreneurs strive to implement such cutting-edge technologies and the presence of highly qualified labor in our country. Let's get back to the previous slide. In Japan, in 1963, a special law was passed that defines subsidies to regions and municipalities to build waste treatment plants. As a result, over the first 5 years after the law was passed, 756 plants were built. As of 2014, waste recycling plant for solid household waste. There are 1,100 of such plants. Lately, they have been modernized actively and new plants have been built. 75 new plants were built in 2015 and commissioned in just a year. We have just discussed localization. In Japan, in the beginning of this process, we were implementing European high-quality technologies, and Japanese companies localized these technologies to manufacture these products in Japan. At first, we were just licensed users of European technologies, but now we are licensing out our technologies to foreign companies. Besides, I would like to discuss some failures in Japan. In the 1980s and 1990s, when secondary usage and recycling of waste was going on very actively, the government suggested different plans of utilizing solid household waste to receive some profit from processing this waste. There are a few examples in this slide, but none of them was successful. There are a few plans, and we must say that recycling solid household waste necessarily involves some cost. It's clear that it's hard to make to provide payback for such projects, in taking into account the invested capital, the operation costs, and also it's very difficult to make these projects profitable, almost impossible. In the bottom line, there is a plan for landfilling plastic in the mantle zone of the Earth, an ambitious plan that also failed. And now let me tell you a little bit about our company. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Environmental and Chemical Engineering is part of MHI Group, and it specializes on building, operating, and maintaining plants, recycling solid household and industrial waste, sewage, and biomass. In the right part of the slide, you can see waste incineration plant in Aomori prefecture, it combines the technologies of liquefying and gasifying the waste and solar technologies. This is the system that we suggest to the Republic of Buryatia. Here you can see the process diagram for creating fuel gas from waste. We strive at technological liquefaction, and then this is burned at 1,300 degrees Celsius to reduce the residuals to 3% of the initial volume of solid household waste. In this slide, you can see the financial impact from implementing our system in Russia. These are the results of our study. We are now planning to build 250 such plants in Russia. And the red line shows the flow of energy sources. And as a result of waste incineration at these 250 plants, we will receive 3,500 gigawatt per hour of electrical power. So this is electrical power generation caused by incinerating waste. To conclude, I would like to tell you about the current situation with solid household waste landfill in Tokyo. This is marine area, the marine area of Tokyo, and the red line circles Odaiba, a famous tourist place visited by several million tourists from abroad. And the yellow line shows the Tokyo landfill. that has been used since 1977. But the difference from Russian landfills is significant. Please look at the photo, or you can see the truck in this picture, and there is only ash here. Ash is non-organic. It doesn't have bad smell, or it doesn't attract rats or insects. And with the white dotted line, you can see the former landfill area for solid household waste used until the first half of the 1970s. Now we have sports facilities, golf area, and other facilities in this area. Green line shows Haneda Airport, International Airport Haneda. This is the advantage of waste incineration technology that makes it possible to use the landfill area in such an efficient manner. In this area, circled with the white line, it's going to host Olympics 2020 facilities. How can we do that? If it is going to be possible to use the technologies properly, waste treatment, it's not just a matter of covering a stinking pile of garbage with something on top. And this is a landfill in Yekaterinburg. And I would love to solve this problem together with you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Beginning from 1965, such projects have been implemented in Japan. Of course, we had both successes and numerous failures, but eventually we have a very good system of waste treatment, and I believe that our information and knowledge and experience could be useful for Russia. Thank you very much for your presentations. We have only 10 minutes left, so let us now hear a few questions.
Welcome on our right. A participant who raised his hand. Microphone, please. And definitely we need a microphone for the translators to be able to translate it. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. My question to Pavel Sevetinsky. As I understand, there is a program till 2030 concerning utilization and recycling. And you said it would be divided into organics and non-organics. And did I get it right? No. This is a program called Strategy, which has a number of options for the development of waste recycling and waste management, including separation of organics from non-organics at the initial stage. Also, this strategy, which is being discussed at our sectoral board, various options are provided for different regions. Our country is big, and different regions, administrative regions, have different amounts of waste and morphology. For example, if it's a big city or an agglomeration, 100 kilometers would be okay, but in Moscow, even 30 kilometers, it might take a truck to travel an hour or even more. So I spoke about the draft program, not about the draft strategy, not program. Sorting into more than 2 types of waste, have you considered it? Yes, this option is being considered because you just mentioned it. So you mentioned just 2 types of waste. When you were making your presentations, you said that the program provides for separation into organics and non-organics. That is doorstep. But how about sorting and separating into 5 types of waste? Well, perhaps it might be effective, but this experience in Europe shows that let us not deceive ourselves. Let's be realistic. Do you think it could be implemented in our administrative regions or not? May I support you as an expert in waste management? Considering all technologies, today it is not essential to separate by different types at the doorstep. There are automatic sorting lines, and for even including one of the companies that is localized in Russia and which is going to produce it. And this automatic line could separate wastes into different fractions. It is less costly. It's been evaluated by professionals, and it is more effective than 5 or 6 containers when separating waste at the doorstep or in flats. Can I add? It is constructed in some way. Well, sorry. Let's go to the next section. Thank you. Maria Vladimir, Center of Ecological Environmental Policy, Minister of Trade and Industry. Just a small comment on what you said. Europe is not mistaken. Sweden separates into 2 types. What is incinerated and what is not incinerated. And the question is, would you be able to have 5 buckets for waste at home? Perhaps you could do it alone. All the people wouldn't be able to do it. So the main purpose of the strategy is to reduce waste placed in the landfills and dumping place. What I would like to say and to make a small comment for the Japanese colleagues. Thank you very much for your presentations. We often visit Japan. We've seen landfills in Japan, for example, in Tokyo. You bury not only slag from the incinerators, but also waste which is not incinerable, which is not incinerated. It is crushed into small fractions. So your plan, 250 plants in Russia, is very ambitious. It looks interesting, but the problem is as follows. We have a lot of energy excessive regions, so the electricity that is going to be generated by these plants wouldn't be in demand. And the price then would be borne by the population. That is why it causes rejections amongst people in relation to the incinerators. And the other question is, the slags after burning, where would they go? I'm not saying incineration is bad. After your disaster at Fukushima, it is clear that waste burning and incineration is one of the alternative energy sources for Russia. Waste burning incineration is applicable, but on an individual basis, very locally. and in separate projects, individual projects. I think together we'd be able with you to reach some consensus, but we experts like your approach to technoparks and eco-towns. Your 26 eco-towns that are operating in Japan, they are a prototype of our technoparks that are going to be implemented here in the territory of the Russian Federation, and this is what we have proposed in the strategy. I'm confident our collaboration is going to be really close and will ensure different options, including those you are proposing and which are characteristic of our country only. That is why I'm confident our collaboration will be very close. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like also to make a comment. As radioactive wastes are concerned, this is a separate issue. In relation to Fukushima, of course, it is necessary to have other approaches, but as for domestic wastes, as you just mentioned, this is technology, applicability, and how the population perceive of it, and also the legislative framework and other issues affecting the social system as a whole. You are right that you noted this. One more question. Please be brief. I represent the Department of Energy Efficiency, the Republic of Belarus. Deputy Director, Mr. Komarsky. My question to Commissioner Kaishi. In your presentation, you mentioned that construction is that in Japan you are constructing a solar park of 330 megawatts. Could you specify whether it is provided with accumulators connected with the consumers? Do you manufacture them in Japan, or whether you import such components from other countries? Sorry. Do you mean ion-containing accumulators? Because it was difficult for the interpreters to get it. Could you repeat your question? Once again. Did you mean ion-containing elements? Ion-containing, maybe other batteries that are connected with end users and consumers or whatever. If so, do you manufacture them in Japan, or do you buy them elsewhere? Yes, we do manufacture electrical batteries, solar and lithium batteries. The sun is shining during the day and it doesn't during the night, so there is a fluctuation between day and night. That is why energy is accumulated with the help of lithium batteries. Thank you. I'm sure that you have other questions, but we are limited in time. Unfortunately, we need to close our session, and I would like to make summarizing comments. At the beginning, I said that in Japan, there are different energy-saving systems and environmental technologies. We've had successes, we've had failures, but in any case, this information may be useful for technological development and for switching to new economic systems, energy saving, environmental, etc. I hope very much that this sphere could become one of the spheres for collaboration. We are working well together, but we cannot say that we are fully collaborating. I hope we'll keep working together further on. Ms. Komai, in her presentation, described that her company has started operating in Russia. I hope such small beginnings of our collaboration will give further development. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us conclude, and so let us thank all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please leave your simultaneous translation receivers
Colleagues, we are beginning the session that's called Make with Russia, Japan and Asia Industrial Cooperation and Technology Development. This is quite a relevant topic for Russia and for Japan as well. My name is Iwao Ohashi, and I am your today's moderator because I am advisor for Japan and Asia Pacific region at the Association of Industrial Parks, and also advisor to Rotobo Association in Moscow. This session is organized together in cooperation between the Association of Industrial Parks of Russia and Japanese Business Association Rotobo. Why does our Association of Industrial Parks decided? Why did it decide on this topic, industrial cooperation? This is what I wanted to ask our heads of associations to talk about. Denis, you are welcome. Please talk about the purpose of our session. Thank you very much, Iwao. First of all, of course, on behalf of all members of the association, I would like to thank Rotobo for our long-term cooperation, for the fact that for over 3 years we were doing something together in Russia and in Japan, conducting such events, and thanks to that the Japanese business knows better about the opportunities that exist in Russia, and our Russian members get a chance of a direct communication with Japanese corporations, and we appreciated that very much. Thank you. And a few more words about our today's event. Why is it called Make with Russia? With is the key word. A few years ago, when we were studying advanced experience of industrial parks in Japan and Korea, we reached an understanding that we existed in different dimensions. And we realize very well that simply offering venues for investors, even if these are the best possible venues with gas, electricity and all the necessary infrastructure, is not sufficient. We need business partners on all issues to create joint ventures, to supply parts, to organize contract-based manufacturing for joint investment and cooperation in terms of entering new markets. So some time ago, we made a priority of our association's operation contributing to partnership between companies. So now we not just offer to Japanese and international businesses, we don't just offer them venues. We offer partnership over a whole range of issues that are associated with doing business in Russia. And this is the topic that we would like to devote our today's event to. I wish you all a great work and successful day, and thank you very much for participating. Thank you. Thank you very much, Denis. So let us then begin with the actual work. The point is, we have many speakers today, so every speaker is kindly requested to speak for 5 minutes maximum. First of all, we would like to ask Mr. Ishii to talk about his project in the Tver Oblast, and he is executive director of Hitachi Construction Machinery. Mr. Ishii, you are welcome. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, almost good evening. My name is Mr. Ishii, and I work at Hitachi Construction Machinery. Today, I'm going Speaking here today is a great honor to me, and I would like to thank you for this opportunity. I have prepared a few slides. This presentation includes several slides, but the screen is not so big, so I decided not to use this presentation, so I'm just going to show you a single photo. First of all, I would like to tell you a little bit about our company, its history, its operations, and then I would like to share with you the tasks we are facing today. Our company is part of Hitachi Group, and our main activity is providing construction equipment and machinery. In the 1970s, starting from the second half of the 1970s, we started manufacturing hydraulic equipment and providing it, supplying it to Russia. In 1982, we opened a representative office in Russia, and after that, subsequently, we were doing business with Russia without interruption, and we sold about 20,000 units of equipment in the Russian market. Besides, we always try to be where our customers are, to provide our products as quickly as possible. So we opened a plant, and that's about 300,000 million rubles, 3 billion rubles, and it's located in the Tver Oblast, not far from Moscow. And we manufacture hydraulic equipment that weighs from 15 to 30 ton. And over the year, we manufacture several hundreds of excavators. Unfortunately, by the time at that time, the economic situation in the world started to deteriorate, and Law 1880 by the government of the Russian Federation, according to the new taxation code, we had to. It was very hard for us to, from the financial point of view, but this year, in 2017, the demand for construction materials has been very dynamic. So we cannot make such a forecast yet, so we need to find a way to survive. And before that, we used to have a representative office and a company selling our products in Russia, but we combined them into a single unit now. And as you can see in this slide, this company is now called Hitachi Construction Machinery Eurasia. I think we should wait for the Russian economy to revive. It is reviving, and our plant in the Tver Oblast is selling products not only to Russia but also to Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. We also export welding machinery to our companies in Europe. And, of course, we are not doing it very efficiently, but we are still contributing to increasing the domestic demand in Russia. Our policy is made by Hitachi. We mean that it doesn't matter in what country or what region a certain product was manufactured. It matters that Hitachi has made it. And this is a guarantee of high quality. We are never ashamed of our products, and we are proud of our quality of the products we manufacture in Tver. For many years, we were looking for partners who could distribute our products in Russia. According to our estimate, Russian distributors, since the quality of the products is very different, and in Russia they still have this practice of vertical management in the companies. This practice is still present, so delivering parts or products is not so simple. Finding spare parts supply in Russia is not so easy. And our task is reducing operations costs and finding a supplier in the Russian market, finding a vendor, is one of our tasks. But unfortunately, currently, very few, a handful of companies we were able to find as partners in Russia. At this INNOPROM exhibition, we have intentionally created a separate stand beside a stand by our company, and this stand is called a reverse exhibition. It's not what we usually exhibit as our products and information of our products. In this reverse exhibition stand, we receive information from our consumers and potential customers. Information regarding what needs potential customers have. So we are addressing all participants. Please visit our stands. And since Mr. Ohashi is the moderator of this meeting, but the industrial park, Hitachi already has an industrial park, so we believe it necessary for us to find our own partner in the Russian market at the next stage. So I would like to discuss this topic frankly about how we can find a reliable partner in Russia. I would like to say that our company is a Japanese company, but we went to the Russian market decisively. Of course, it goes without saying that we are deeply committed to providing good products to Russian customers for dozens of years in the future. Of course, the business climate in Russia is constantly changing, but we would like our company in Russia to be recognized as a showcase Russian plant, a good Russian company. And this is very important for us, for our successful operation in the Russian market. Thank you for your attention.
Oh, thank you. It is very important. Now, foreign markets, including the Russian market, are being approached by companies from Korea. Mr. Yoon, what are the specifics of conducting activities on international markets by Korean companies? Can you note? What is your strategic approach? What is the Korean pathway to Russia? You're welcome. 5 minutes. Unfortunately, I cannot speak Russian.
May I have a slide flipping apparatus, please? Once again, my name is Hee-Chul Jung from Korea International Trade Association. I'm very in Ekaterinburg, the beautiful city of Ekaterinburg. Now, I heard that this city is close to the official divide between Europe and Asia. And I didn't know that that was possible, dividing Asia and Europe. Am I in Asia or Europe right now? In any case, and to my knowledge, very interestingly, this is the only city named after a lady monarch. Not just lady monarch, but lady. Am I true? Is it true? There are no other cities in Russia with lady's name. No? Izrich. Okay, sorry about that. Well, I'm asked to give an opinion on how to better the relationship, industrial cooperation between Russia and Korea. And actually, our association, the Korea International Trade Association, does many activities to help the industrial cooperation between both countries. I will be speaking about 6 things, but don't worry, I will keep it very short. Okay. First, overview of trade between Russia and Korea. Did you know that trade between Russia and Korea is increasing at a great speed? As of May this year, Korea's import from Russia grew 48%, and export from Korea to Russia grew 61%. Now, this is very significant because the entire growth of Russia's export and import does not exceed single digit. So this is a significant growth. And Koreans export automobile and machinery, and we import a lot of energy and raw materials from Russia. Now, let me explain why I was invited to make this speech today. Our organization, the Korea International Trade Association, has more than 70,000 member companies. We also have 13 regional domestic office and 10 overseas branches. We operate Trade Center, or COEX. Those of you who have been to Seoul know this place. Interestingly, we have 6 Russian-speaking staffs. And we are the only economic organization that has Russian-speaking staff. And 2 of them are working in my department, the Eurasia department. But I don't speak Russian, I'm sorry. Okay. The picture on the left is the Trade Center. Picture on the right is a seminar during the visit of one of the many Russian delegations to Korea. So this is an example of how this Trade Center facility is being used. Now, actually, we are the primary contact. Whenever there is a Russian delegation, they contact us to have such ceremony. We organize a lot of activities, but the most significant one is the Russia-Korea Business Dialogue. This year will be the 10th anniversary. It is jointly organized by the Russian Chamber of Commerce and us, the Korea International Trade Association. On the 6th dialogue, we had the privilege of inviting President Putin, and just last year, our president participated in the business dialogue. Other annual events include the INNOPROM, where we are right now, and also the Asia Leadership Conference. This is a big conference in South Korea. And also Eastern Economic Forum, which is held September at Vladivostok. Now, we hold joint seminars all throughout the year. And again, KITA is the primary contact whenever there is a delegation from Russia. We also provide online services through tradekorea.com and kmall24.com. Now this is significant because the number, I'm not sure if you can see it, there are 21,036 trade leads, which means Russian companies or Korean companies who wants to do business together. I just took this picture last week. But the most important thing to improve industrial cooperation between Russia and Korea is through kita.net. We believe that there is a site where you can upload questions and complaints about doing a business with a foreign company or a foreign country. I know everything is in Korean, but I want you to take a look at these numbers in the circle. It says 65. As of last week, there were 27,137 inquiries. 20,137 inquiries. And out of that, there were 65 of them were about doing business with Russia. Now, is this a good number? What does this number mean? Is it better when it is big, or is it better when it is small? Now, this is a list of countries by trade volume with Korea. China, USA, Hong Kong, Vietnam. This is the list. This is the sequence. Now, on the right is the number of questions. Now, it is not directly correlated, but we can see that larger the trade volume, higher the number of questions. Russia last year was 22nd trading partner with Korea. The number of questions are higher than Hong Kong or even Taiwan. Now, there is no definite answer, but this is something to think about. By the way, this year, as of May, Russia is our 18th largest trading partner. So, from the 65 questions, following are some of the examples, and I translated in English. Questions include, if I make in Russia and import it and package it in Korea, can it obtain Made in Korea certificate of origin? Number 8, can we trade with Russia in US dollars? Number 9, what is a GOSTR? These are the questions and differences or complaints that Koreans have when they're doing business with Russia. Oh. Well, please don't get too serious. Please don't get too serious. Koreans are fun to work with. The personalities are dynamic, and the market is also dynamic. I'm going to show you an example. Now, I heard that certain noodle soup on the right from Korea is famous in Russia. I believe the popularity of the brand, and more importantly, the flavor haven't changed much. But see the picture on the right. In Korea, consumers change their preference of the color of the noodle soup very quickly, from red to clear in just a few months. Now, this is not easy. Because not only do you have to readjust the production facility, but you have to source the fresh produced ingredients. And it takes at least half a year to harvest things, and it's not easy to import because it takes few months. So it's a very dynamic market, and not many Western companies or Russian companies can adapt to this change of consumer preference. This is the kind of business environment that Korean companies must survive in. However, Koreans are fun to work with. Korea is a very good place to do business. Now, there are 3 essential things for doing successful business. It's not credentials, it's not financial capability. The 3 most important things to do successful business with Korea is meat pork, soju, it's a Korean traditional drink, and karaoke. Now, I'm sure that you also have karaoke. I didn't say this. I am not saying this. A Dutch professor said this. In order to do successful business with Korea, you need to have soju, you need to have karaoke, and you need pork. This is a Dutch professor saying. So with that, now I would like to finally give you one more advice. My final advice. If you want to do successful business with Korean companies, always have dinner together. Спасибо большое. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Спасибо большое, господин.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jun. Your strategic approach to Russia is quite clear. Thank you once again. And the next question goes to Mr. Arai from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Environmental and Chemical Engineering. Mr. Arai, how serious are your company's development plans for Russia? What industries are your priorities, and in what format is Mitsubishi Heavy Industries ready to develop its industry in its production in Russia? You have 5 minutes. You are welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Mr. Arai, and I represent Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Environmental and Chemical Engineering. Before this session began, in the previous session, I also participated in the discussion, and I was talking about the environment. And in this session, I participate to talk about transferring technology. As for our company, the government of Japan is now supporting us to build a new recycling plant for solid waste in the Republic of Buryatia. And our most reliable partner is INNOPROM, represented by Mr. Kotelnikov here next to me. INNOPROM, starting from designing and supplying Russian materials, creating a so-called supply chain of raw materials, marketing. We work together with them. As for our company, we don't have a plant in Japan. Our company does engineering, so we are involved in engineering, that is design. That is why we need a partner supplying equipment. This is a construction company, and in cooperation with such companies, we build plants. What does our company do in Russia? We see lots of prospects in creating a new industry for Russia, and this is the waste treatment and recycling industry. Why do we believe that this industry has high prospects in Russia? Because in 2014, Russia introduced a significant change in Law 458 regarding waste recycling. So this updated law on waste management So building a waste recycling plant can be performed using significant financial support and other kinds of support by the federal government. We have just started this work. This structure has just begun to operate. And why are we certain of our success? Because in Japan there is a similar system that was implemented 50 years ago as a social mechanism. So the Japanese government was creating new infrastructure frameworks and dimensions and developing companies. And we can see that Russia is going along the same road. The font is a bit small, but as for Japan, starting from 1963, Japan built new waste recycling plants every year, from 50 to 100 per year, and almost always supported by the government of Japan. Thus, the environment of cities was improved, and new groups of industries and new corporations were being created. So governmental financial support has been in Japan throughout this time, and of course it's also important to have such a company. In Russia, traditionally, a lot of emphasis was made on heavy industry. It has been this way for many years. Heavy manufacturing companies exist in Russia, and we believe that employees and engineers here are highly qualified. This is the situation we faced in Japan 50 years ago, when we implemented European technology to localize this production that by that time was already existent in Europe. So treating industrial waste. It's not only about incinerating garbage. This can be divided into several industries. As you can see in the photos, we can manufacture methane gas, or we can ferment methane, or use a carbonating furnace. In the bottom left picture, you can see a white building. This is the plant that we want to build and commission in Buryatia. This is an example. So here in this photo you can see the Tokyo Gulf, and stars represent different facilities. These are plants, and at the same time it's a tourist mecca. When we are talking about waste processing, we usually think that such a plant should be located far away from the city center, where something is done to the waste to make it invisible. But Japan selected an opposite approach. So we were creating these waste treatment plants in high and densely populated areas. And a company, INNOPROM, represented here by Mr. Kotelnikov, and other Russian heavy machining companies can build such plants at their territory, and this is going to be financially viable and promising. As for Japan, urban environment and its infrastructure, all companies exist in a kind of a union or association of industry-specific companies. Such companies share experience or are involved in training employees together, and they help each other. And I really hope that in waste treatment industry, it's going to be very interesting if we can create a whole new industry this way. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Arai. Yes, this project means the beginning of creating a new sector, a new industry in Russia. At the same time, next to Mr. Arai, we have Mr. Kotelnikov, who is the head of INNOPROM company. He is the one involved in creating and developing a joint venture or joint ventures with the Japanese. If you will, a few words, please, from the Russian company's point of view regarding the development of a joint venture with Japan. You have 5 minutes. You're welcome. Good afternoon, dear friends. Mr. Young, in his presentation, said that he learned for the first time that Europe and Asia could be divided. Well, he probably misspoke, because here, where we find ourselves, Europe and Asia are not being combined, and now I wanted to talk about bringing our efforts together, joining and combining our efforts to achieve the results through cooperation. The whole history is a history of international cooperation, especially in the industry. We all know the history of the Russian Federation. When Peter I created a link with Europe, he invited Dutch, German, English engineers to Russia, and thus he developed the Russian economy. We know that at the next stage in the Soviet Union, engineers of a very high qualification were educated, and we transferred technologies from the Soviet Union to other countries around the globe, including Japan. First, Japanese continuous steel casting machines were built using patents and support from Uralmash plant, as well as dry coking plants were developed by Sverdlovsk R&D Institute and transferred to Japan. And Japan went along the same way. They used many technologies, and Mr. Arai-san also mentioned using European technologies. But something that's different in the Japanese business is very meticulous step-by-step improvement of the technologies they have adopted and bringing them to perfection. Currently, we see a reverse need. So we gave them the technologies, and the Japanese engineers and experts brought them to a certain level of perfection. And now we can see that this is a very high level, and now we are trying to look at them and adopt these technologies back. So creating a system for efficient industrial cooperation needs these conditions. Firstly, it is the interest of the parties, the presence of an innovative product, the need for that product, perfect openness, and voluntary participation of both countries. Both parties must understand that this is interesting and beneficial for both of them. And thirdly, it is the beneficial environment. And I would like to dwell some more on that, based on our experience of working with Japan. In 2008, in the Sverdlovsk Oblast, Rotobo consulting program emerged. It was the first visit here. They went to the regional ministry of industry, offering some technologies in metallurgical machine building. The Ministry of the Environment told us to look at what they had. As engineers who were hungry for knowledge, we went there, we started looking, and we saw lots of interesting technologies. Rotobo, throughout the years, has supported numerous projects. Over these years, we brought back to the Russian Federation a number of very interesting technologies. One of these technologies, I will actually dwell on that a little bit more, is manufacturing crystallizers for continuous steel casting machines. As I said, in 1967, we sold a license to Koba Steel from Uralmash plant. Before that, Mashprom, our company, together with Ural Federal University and the branch of the Russian Academy of Sciences, was for a number of years it was working on creating technologies aimed at developing surface coatings with high wear resistance, corrosion and abrasive wear resistance. So in Mishima, we saw the applicability of such technologies for manufacturing crystallizers for such continuing casting machines. We actually did lots of long talks. The Japanese side had its doubts. We had our doubts. It took about 4 years, and Rotobo was there all these 4 years. They were present at almost all negotiations. Eventually, we created a joint venture and a test sample. What do we have today? Mishima engineers not only develop the technology, it's being improved all the time. What is engineering work? It's like an atomic explosion. It's heated discussions by engineers when we are debating remotely, by Skype, by email. So what did we achieve? The best European technologies that were existent at the time we entered the market. They used 100% of imported crystallizers. They were global leaders, and the first implementation took place at Nizhny Tagil, and resistance to wear was about 1,000. And we cast almost 700,000 tons of steel through a single device without wear. It was almost a world record. As of today, all metallurgical plants are queuing for our products. We are selling it to almost all metal works. In 2015, Medvedev issued an order for import substitution in the Russian Federation, specifically in the metallurgical industry, and the following norms have been set. The Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation assessed the import deliveries as 85%, and for crystallizers with coatings it was 100%. Currently, and we are counting the amount of steel cast through our crystallizers, not the units. We have 42% of steel in the Russian Federation cast through our crystallizers, and by 2020 this percentage is going to increase to 70%, simply because all technologies still exist and we need to reach the end of their lifetime and then move on to the Russian technology. This example shows how we can combine not only the efforts of engineers on both sides, how we can achieve this new technology. We continue improving the design of this crystallizer, and it was almost the first time in the world and in Russia when we were able to develop this kind of funnel that perfectly matches the profile of casting that's being smelted. And the first results obtained at the Lipetsk plant, just make the math in your mind. The defect rate at the rolling manufacturing, when they're making metal sheets using standard crystallizers, the defect rate is about 1.85%, but when we were using our crystallizer at casting, has the defect rate of 0.35%. If we are manufacturing 2 million tons of rolled steel and one ton costs 35,000 rubles, you can see billions of profit just by using this small device. I was saying that we were hungry. We were hungry, and when we met Mr. Arai-san, and he got acquainted with us and assessed our capabilities. In fact, we are working a lot on this recycling of solid household waste. For us, as metallurgical engineers, this is a very clear technology. It's almost like a small furnace. So we can do something together as long as there is a need among municipal authorities, a need for such technology. 2 years ago, we signed a global agreement at INNOPROM, signed it with Rostec and Titanium Valley, an agreement on the intention of creating a machine building industry that is going to generate such plants after the pilot project. And the demand in Russia is at least 300 of such plants with the cost of 4 to 6 billion rubles per plant. That's a kind of markets we are facing. There is a series of other small and big projects that we are doing with some of the people represented here in the rolling mills, at coking and chemical industry. We signed an agreement with Yevraz yesterday about upgrading the electrochemical production. So we are going to do this investigation soon. So first, transparency, understanding what we want and the desire to do it. This makes it possible to solve all the problems of industrial cooperation, be bolder, be more open, and everything's going to be all right. Thank you.
Now, the Japanese company SMC SHC Pneumatic, one of the most active companies on the Russian market, has been developing strategically, because I know they have a plant in Moscow region, and recently they chose as their main site St. Petersburg. Can you say a few words for 5 minutes? Please stick to the program. Thank you. Of course. Ladies and gentlemen, what is SMC Corporation? First of all, ordinary consumers do not know us, because we are not amongst the products that you use, whether cars or some other equipment, but we are in where this equipment is used for making such things. And we make pneumo-automatics. Compressed air is available everywhere where something needs to be automated. As soon as there is compressed air, in having 32% of the world market, every perhaps third machine in the world where compressed air is used uses our components. And so we are developing, being set up in 1959. We are developing successfully. We have 2 companies. One company with headquarters in St. Petersburg. Normally in such presentations we describe how well we began from scratch in 1996. We have now our own engineers working in all regions where there is industry, manufacturing industry. We have a number of distributors. 1/3 of the pneumatic markets is with us. Good growth every year, but there is one issue that is very important, and what people are talking about, particularly at this forum, is production. SMC Corporation manufactures everything that it sells at its own manufacturing facilities around the world. There are more than 20 sites. One of the sites is in Lukavice, Moscow. Can I please ask you to turn on the video in order to illustrate what I'm saying? Whilst they're turning on, can I fill in the pause? The Moscow plant in Lukavice. Today I'm greeting you. That's our plant. I wouldn't like now to take time with details, but essentially, this is the Japanese company manufacturing components of our industry, has a good experience of coming to Russia and operating in Russia. In Lukavice, we constructed 15 buildings. 2 out of 9 plants have been constructed. We're making a pause in Lukavice, and so we are going to build headquarters, another headquarters in Petersburg, at a site of 10,000 square kilometers with warehouses, head office, technical center, training center, etc. This is just an example. Sorry, I can see the video stopped. As you can see from this video, again, not going into the details, we've constructed a full-scale production facility. A lot of components have been imported, and we're working on it. Import substitution, localization, however you may call it. People keep writing about it, and we started working on this since 2007 when we launched our plant. So the SMC strategy around the world, although Russia is a new country, the SMC strategy is not different for Russia. If you want to work on the market, be closer to the consumer. If you want to be closer to the consumer, you get integrated with suppliers. So this is key to success. Be part of the system. We're all working together. These are not just words. This is life. Once again, indeed, there's no difference in strategy. There are nuances. We are going forward all together. Russia is big. We are going forward. Russia is developing over the last 2 years. The figures, the statistics have not been that bright, but the percentage of automation is growing consistently. And just again, giving you an example, 2-digit figures of growth every year. Apart from 2000 year, which was not an easy one for us. So everything is possible. And being at this forum, what do we need? We need kilometers of high-quality pipes for making cylinders. Kilometers. So we need also kilometers of roads for studs, kilos of lubricants, thousands and thousands of bolts and nuts and fixtures. We need machine tools in order to get expanded. Everyone has got an opportunity here. So once again, let's move on together. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Khrushchev. Now, I would like to go over to the aspect of facilitating the development of industry in Russia, namely, institutes of development. Today we have invited representatives and heads of 3 such institutes of development in Russia. And I would like to discuss this issue starting with the Industrial Development Foundation and Agency for Technological Development of Russia, and specifically in respect of R&D with the Skolkovo Foundation. Now, can I ask Mr. Can I ask you, please, Mr. Volgotsky? Please stick to the schedule. Colleagues, good afternoon. Can I please ask you to download my presentation that's been prepared? I'll start, and probably in the process they will turn on the presentation. I would like to focus on a few issues. That's the mechanism of a special investment contract, the operator of which we are. You may have heard about the investment contract that enables one to conclude a contract between the initiator in Russia and there is a third country, an administrative region, which provides beneficial terms for implementing the project. And for investors, there are requirements as to the minimal amount of investment is 250 million rubles, which needs to be invested in the project. Talking about the horizon of implementation, then it is 10 years in the current division of the governance document, but according to the St. Petersburg Forum then has given a task to review it, and we can see that for foreign investors this special investment contract is very much in demand, very interesting, attractive, and currently there are special investment contracts that have already been concluded with companies from Japan. These are Mazda, for example. What about my presentation? Can you turn it on? Mazda, which intends to expand its production in the Far East and plans to manufacture engines for its cars, and also a project in Ulyanovsk, Eastern Sea, from the machine building area. And we're working closely with companies, partners, consultancies who are helping foreign companies to get oriented in our aspects of conducting business in Russia. That is why we're prepared to collaborate with everyone and to cover this way again together, because there are a lot of nuances to it. I cannot say this is a simple pathway, but nevertheless the companies that are concluding a special investment project can see benefits from this mechanism. Talking about the second aspect, which is associated with the activities of the Industrial Development Foundation, I can name our beneficial loans that we can give to companies operating in the manufacturing industry. Currently, we have expanded the range of our programs. Currently, we have 6 of them. Last week, we launched 2 more new programs, one for companies operating in the military industrial complex, and the other is for the civil sector, and we have proposed more interesting terms and conditions. Whereas the normal rate is 5%. In accordance with the new programs for components, we offer a loan of from 50 to 500 million rubles. For the first year is 1%, and in 5 years it would increase to 5%. And we've launched this program, and it will ensure an inflow of customers. Over the 2 years, we have supported 162 projects from different sectors of industry. If we look at the sectors, then the first place are occupied by machine building, med-biopharma is in the second place, and the chemical sector. These 3 sectors account for more than 50%. However, there is a separate program which we are implementing together with leasing companies, in which we provide beneficial loans on advance payment terms. Often domestic equipment which is purchased when such a project is not sufficient or lacks the Russian market and interaction with international partners. Japan and China allows companies who intend to realize projects in the Russian Federation together with them to collaborate and supply equipment. And within the foundation, we do not introduce any barriers, that it is the domestic equipment that should be bought in the first place. And I know specific cases where companies interact with partners. And the previous speaker told us about activities that are taking place in Korea. This is a very tight program which allows our Russian companies to establish contacts with Korean companies, which leads to contracts on supply of equipment. I'm confident that in this area there is scope for developments where to aspire to. In the first place, these are aspects associated with localization of production in Russia. At the beginning, Denis Zhuravsky mentioned that it is not enough to propose sites. We need to propose a range of services that would help foreign companies to make decisions in favor of getting localized in the Russian Federation. And on our behalf, from our foundation, we'll be doing all we can in order to ensure that such a decision is made as quickly as possible. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And now, Mr. Kolikov, please says a few words about how to facilitate international industrial cooperation. You're welcome. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, our honored guests and partners. I can see many of our partners in this room. I represent Agency of Technological Development created by the government of the Russian Federation following the presidential order with the most important goal of transferring best global technologies to Russian Federation and creating maximum convenient conditions for such transfer. What do we mean? First of all, it means aggregating a demand for certain technologies that we are planning to use in the Russian Federation. Let me give a few examples of forming such niches. By the way, we are forming such niches through open partnership consortiums, so-called mega projects, or investment and technology consortiums or partnerships, depending on whose terminology we are using, presidents or governments. Such partnerships are currently created in microelectronics. This is 28 nanometers program. This is high-tech chemistry in cooperation with Sibur Holding. We are implementing a very high-tech project, several stages of chemical processing. We are importing quite a lot of such chemical products, epoxic resins, and there are only 4 main consumers, and they are our customers as well. That's $800 million. Also, it has to do with our initiative in agriculture. We are talking about smart agriculture here primarily, and we are now creating a big open partnership in this area because Russia has finally learned how to grow plants. We have pretty good results. You probably know, dear colleagues, in terms of cattle breeding in all areas. We have already achieved quite a good level for producing the basic raw materials for processing. Nevertheless, we are still importing almost 2 trillion of products in terms of food additives and processed agricultural products of cattle breeding and and also we're also importing petrochemical products. Food additives that are allowed to be manufactured and produced in Russia, only 4 out of several hundred of such additives are manufactured in Russia. You can see the potential for the investment in manufacturing because the raw materials are also produced in Russia now. So it looks like a very good export item for manufacturings that are going to be located in Russia. This is a very big project for metal processing. We have launched a big project with Rusal for aluminum processing. About 54 companies have now joined this partnership. You probably know that Rusal Corporation also manufactures very high quality aluminum products bought by all countries: Japan, Korea, Western Europe, China. But Russia imports products made of this same aluminum. So why not manufacture these products inside Russia? We now have a very good project on special structures for road construction, like bridges for regions with aggressive environments. And we are working with our Japanese colleagues here and Korean colleagues who have the experience in this regard, so as to use these structural materials like aluminum profile to build infrastructure objects. For example, if we talk about Kamchatka, that's 7,500 bridges that need refurbishment. We are now developing a project to make sure, and that's only one region of Russia. Yes, Kamchatka is big, but still you can see how significant the numbers are. How great the potential for a good business inside Russia is. Aluminum heat exchangers, railways and automotive roads, fences. So we involve large corporations to this partnership. We always have an anchor partner in each of these consortiums. For example, with Rosatom, we have a total of about 16 projects, and 2 of them are now ongoing. These are projects of Rosatom's capital construction. Specifically, they are they are using Italian technologies to build port structure in the Arctic, and that's 1,300,000,000 for a pilot project. Rosatom is spending quite a lot. By the way, it's the largest industrial construction company in Russia. It's one of the largest construction companies in the world. So we invite everyone to participate in such partnerships to really make our knowledge transfer programs as bankable as possible, to create this aggregated demand, and thus we could get a revenue forecast, specifically using the tools offered by the Russian government, like special investment contracts, and we can sign long-term contracts with such consumers. That's this kind of demand aggregation makes it possible for us to enter such projects quite quickly and start implementing them immediately. Our NATO colleagues have partnered with us on a number of projects. As has already been mentioned several times today about smart transportation infrastructure in Moscow, wind generation projects. We are now helping with the Arctic project, and we are working through the details about delivering and unloading and powering, and looking for partners in these projects. And we hope that our colleagues from Mitsubishi Heavy Industry will continue working with us not only on solid household waste recycling plants, but these are very cutting-edge technologies in general, and Russia needs them. We are now discussing a project for about 100 of such recycling plants. And that's not all. The potential is 11,000. That's a huge market that's going to be a requirement in Russia starting from 2019. So by 2019, we need enough engineering companies in Russia and manufacturing companies capable of satisfying this demand for waste recycling. With our Korean colleagues, we are now launching a project in the Orenburg Oblast for sorting solid household waste and building this kind of recycling plant together with Rousseau. There was a big forum in Seoul recently with a delegation from Rosatom and Orenburg district. We signed several successful agreements, good for Russia and for our Korean colleagues. So, dear colleagues, I invite our partners, our respected colleagues from Korea and Japan and other countries to cooperate, to participate in our consortiums and partnerships. We are ready to learn. We are ready to learn from your best experience. We will create the best conditions for you. We will help you with selecting partners in the Russian Federation and with using the tools, including the tools of financial support mentioned by my colleagues from the Industrial Development Fund. And also, dear investors, I would like to repeat that in Russia there are unique opportunities now because difficult industries and high technologies where our Japanese and Korean colleagues are very good at, we still have this window of opportunity for the next 2 or 3 years, and it's going to close after that. So let's do our projects quickly, dynamically, for the benefit of our investors, shareholders, and our countries, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. By the way, I've got a proposal as a moderator from the Japanese Business Club for developing the infrastructure. Your foundation, your agency, if possible, we would like to invite you to our working meeting of our subcommittee in order to develop dialogue with Japanese businesses. Now, can we hear a few words from Skolkovo about R&D? This is the R&D side, yes, but because here at this forum we are talking about Industry 4.0, without R&D this approach in principle is impossible, because we are just creating, we are amending our approach to the industry. What is Skolkovo? It's a public development. It's a, you see, there is a federal law which enables companies developing technologies to have a special site, and Skolkovo provides funding on a non-returnable basis for projects at early and medium stages of development in R&D. More than 40% of all our projects are now generating income. Generally, the aggregate income of the startups is around 100 billion rubles. So we have something to be proud of, but we understand that startups are just part of the innovative environment. Talking about Asian partners, then the startup for Japan is not that clear. Most of R&D happens inside the corporations, and the corporations cultivate staff who are involved in R&D. For this reason, we have special partnership programs whereby a corporation may be at Skolkovo site and developing things. At Skolkovo have the same benefits as a startup. So for R&D we don't have any tax, no VAT, no profit tax, we do not have tax on property. And for R&D on the territory of Skolkovo, partnership center belonging to a large corporation may do things without any tax and without customs payments, and they can bring their whatever they need for development. And we have partners also in Japan who understand these benefits, and they have decided to move part of their R&D to Skolkovo. A good partner is Panasonic, who have their own development center, R&D center, and immediately or together with startups, they make developments. One of the startups is Ridex. This company develops data storage facilities. There is an ENSO startup which together with Panasonic deals with intellectual batteries and management of energy accumulation and sharing using lithium batteries. And Panasonic, being an industrial corporation, is conducting a project. It's associated with farming and greenhouse farming. And we are proud of our collaboration with FANUC, which is very well represented here at INNOPROM. In 2015, we started negotiation with it. In 2016, during Putin's visits, our collaboration was recorded in protocols. Now FANUC is contracting its own R&D center at Skolkovo, where they are going to deal with industrial robots in the Russian Federation. We have a large amount of collaboration and a large volume of collaboration with industry in terms of proposals of developments that those 1,700 startups are doing. For example, once a week ago we had a delegation from Korea, LG. We had the CEO from LG. We showed startups and they selected 15 of them to implement in their corporation. Also, it might be interesting for you because R&D is the future. We are collaborating closely with Japan. Academically, we have joint projects with the University of Near. We have a number of projects with Reikan University, from where the startups are coming for further implementation. So in conclusion, my proposal is to start thinking if there is an idea. I liked Alexander Borisovich saying, talking about R&D, they were doing together with Japan, but in terms of R&D, currently the Skolkovo site, in terms of tax, in terms of infrastructure that is available, the number of collective sharing centers for developments. So our site is one of the best in the Russian Federation. You're welcome. We'll be glad to see you at our site. Thank you very much. Excellent, excellent. Now we've got 10 minutes more, but we have 6 or 7 speakers in the queue. Now, KPMG, can you say a few words about your recommendation for foreign companies? But I can give you only 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Nina Gules. I'm partner at KPMG, dealing with the issues of supporting foreign investors when they come to localize in Russia, supporting their operational activities. Of course, we know very well about the problems and risks faced by foreign investors when they come and make a decision of investing in Russia. But risks are risks. However, opportunities also exist, and not all companies know and understand them. Nevertheless, when they come to Russian regions, when they meet governmental representatives of regional authorities, they see the specter of opportunities, the range of opportunities in terms of tax and non-tax incentives provided by the federal government and regions, so they make certain decisions when selecting location, taking this into consideration. A lot has been said today about partnerships between countries and companies, but it's also important to partner with government bodies and regions. And today there are numerous opportunities and preferences already mentioned, like special investment contracts and Skolkovo modes for certain types of activities, opportunities provided by the regions in terms of tax incentives for regional taxes. This is all available to investors. This is what we really can use. Of course, there are certain details that are further considered by investors, but you need to know that, and as the previous speaker said, Russia is a unique country now, a unique place to invest in. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nina. Very well. And now, Mr. Vahtan Sagarishvili, a few words about your experience of your project of involving foreign investment, specifically investment from Japan. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I represent Victoria Estate company. We work in the Moscow region and Moscow. We are implementing a new project in the Moscow region, 40 kilometers away from Moscow. This is an industrial park that's called Victoria Industrial Park. That's a private park, 4,000 hectares of private land. To provide all residents with all the necessary infrastructure, we have also purchased a power plant with a capacity of 220 megawatt of electrical power and 74 gigacalories of heating. We started implementing projects in agriculture. We divided our park into two areas, industry and agriculture. 1,000 hectares was provided for agricultural projects, and we started already implementing Vanisovo agricultural complex that's about 120 hectares with mushrooms, with fruit trees, and it's going to be 300 hectares in the future. There are also some proposals about developing other agricultural projects. As for industrial projects, besides our power plant, we started building an additional power center, treatment facilities, and so on. As for involvement foreign investment, starting from 2015, we have defended the concept of our park, and as early as 2015, the retail area was approached by Globus, a hypermarket from Germany, Castorama from France, and now we are designing a shopping gallery with such big players as M-Video and other companies. At St. Petersburg Forum, and I think it's going to be interesting for our Japanese colleagues, we have signed a memorandum of interaction with Mitsui and JFE. Mitsui and JFE are ready and willing to consider the implementation of joint projects both in agriculture and industry. On the 18th of July, we are expecting to host a big delegation from Mitsui and JFE in our industrial park. We know the experience of Mitsui and JFE in terms of building hot houses in Hokkaido, and we are going to fly there in September to look at the technology they are planning to use in our area. Another project that has already been mentioned today, and I'm sure it's going to be interesting for us to work together, we are planning to build a waste treatment plant, waste recycling. You all heard about the problem Moscow is facing in terms of waste, so we are going to work on that. We will consider the technologies presented by our Japanese partners, and I'm sure we are going to find interaction points. That's about our activities. Very briefly, if someone is interested, we are happy to talk, and welcome to our industrial park. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting it was to hear your opinion. Now we have Astrum company. A few words, please, about your experience of cooperating with Japanese companies. Sorry, but you have very little time. Yes, I get it. Thank you. Alstrom Buildings, good afternoon. Our experience of cooperating with Japanese companies are companies like Komatsu, Toyota, or rather Tsumitech, spare parts for Toyota, from Takeda pharmaceutical company that implemented its project in Yaroslavl, and our experience demonstrates a shared feature of Japanese investors. Specifically, they are very meticulous when selecting a solution. They want a justification of every proposed solution. They are always asking why. Please explain why it's this way and not the other way. Why you are proposing this solution. They take their time making a decision, but once they have made a decision, this is a final decision, and you will not see any qualms or extremes that you often see in Russian companies. Japanese don't do it. They take a long time, they decide, and since they have decided, they stick to their decision. Take this into account as you're working with Japanese investors. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
We have a few minutes more. Let's use them as much as possible. Mr. Kizlasov, Special Economic Zone, he's absent. Tomorrow we'll have an opportunity to see the Special Economic Zone. Mr. Kisilov, is he in here? No. Mr. Vishnevsky, St. Petersburg, a few words. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I represent the VTB Bank. That is, its subsidiary VTB Capital. Our group has a broad range of opportunities and instruments for industrial developments of the country on the whole, starting from such clear and direct instruments as project financing in the industry, and to such exotic instruments as direct investments, which the bank conducted together with an investor in the past and realized the Marina project in St. Petersburg. Unfortunately, we cannot boast of working with of having residents from Japan in our industrial park, but the Finnish company Technos, a leader in the manufacture of paints, which successfully built a plant and put it into operation in 2015 in St. Petersburg, is one of the few companies, non-resident companies, participating in major tenders globally and in Russia, including in competition with Russian public companies. They have taken part in such tenders for supplying their products from their subsidiary Technos company in Russia. As for Japanese companies, yesterday we heard that Nissan, which manufactures cars in St. Petersburg, is going to increase the number of shifts per day, and they are going to involve 400 more new staff to recruit more staff. And we believe that the car component manufacturers from Japan will come to Russia to get localized here. As for recommendations, well, perhaps it's not a recommendation, but it's a call from the bottom of my heart. A lot of international companies, both having experience of working in Russia and just intending to work in Russia, do not understand completely as such a thing as trust amongst the Russian consumers towards what is produced in their countries, particularly with regard to such countries as Korea and European countries. And this is very important in a client-oriented economy. So please use this trust if you have it. Thank you. Mr. What is happening? I cannot hear the question, sorry. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, okay. It's all right, yes. I cannot remember your name. Yekaterinburg, you said Yekaterinburg was named after the Empress Yekaterina. A lot of people in Yekaterinburg also think so. But the city is actually named after Saint Catherine. Thank you very much for your comment. Thank you all. No, nothing. I cannot hear anything. Microphones are not working, sorry.